all knew this, like, right? It's because they over-designed the instance.
No, it's not. I'm
Which
pretty
one was
sure.
this?
I don't know anything. I wasn't at the company at the time. I wouldn't have any inside information.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the thing that broke the game was that they added the extra backpack slot if you linked your account to the authenticator. And what ended up happening is because the game was made like that, there were a bunch of things that they wouldn't have been able to predict that basically were checking the amount of backpack slots there were, and then they weren't there, so it was there was an extra one, so it was creating lag.
I thought that, like, so this is my understanding.
Well, because Preach made the video about all the bags of dice and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that was something different. That was very different because, like, then that was about how multiple calculations had to happen simultaneously, and like the bag space. Yeah, this is like a really big meme, right? Because that was the 8.3 corruption meta.
But he was basically saying he believed that the lag was coming from those calculations.
It was.
I'm pretty sure it was coming from the bag.
I don't know, man. Like, they got rid of those calculations, the lag went away. Like, I don't know.
I maybe we can get somebody on to eventually
if we can get, okay, if somebody's willing to say it, I'm willing to be proven wrong. But, like, I just think it's a really big coincidence that, like, whenever you don't have 50,000 different, like, random procs that happened, suddenly everything runs smoothly again. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. That Bags of a Dice video was fucking legendary.
It was such a good video.
It was, like, he actually used to make such good WoW videos. Oh my god!
Well, he's more Final Fantasy 14 now, right?
Is he still playing that? I have no idea.
The only time I haven't really checked. The only thing that I know, because I think he's doing a lot of variety too.
Yeah, that's good.
When I was, I streamed the announcements for 14, and I checked the directory while I was doing it.
He had to have been there. Right?
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah,
and it was like me, him, and Iron Mouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised I didn't know she keeps up that much with the game, actually. I had no idea.
Well, she got, like, she had a partnership with them, and she got hate for it. It was crazy. They were like, she doesn't love the game. And it's like, dude, she has more hours played than me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, she had played the game longer than I had, too. Like,
she played, and she was current when we came in and played for the first time.
Yes, yes. And so, like, yes, people, like, she gets so much unnecessary hate. Like, I thought, like, for example, something she said about AI, I was like, I don't really agree with this. But, like, overall, like, 9 out of 10 times that people get mad at her, it's the dumbest fucking shit. It's like VTuber drama. Like, I see this, like, nowadays. Oh my fuck!
I got the hate over people saying she kind of like roached out on Neverness to Everness. I got that hate.
I understand.
Beyond that, I thought everything else was kind of bullshit.
Yeah, that's exactly the way that I feel.
Yeah.
Like, I agreed with that. I thought that was ridiculous. But, like, again, also, like, I don't know.
But I think that she did it because she keeps getting so much hate, so she's trying to do the right thing.
She's like, I'm gonna try and do the right thing, and now it's the wrong thing. Right? That's it. And so I feel bad in a way, but it's like so many. It's crazy to me that VTubers can have so much drama. It really is. And you know what's really funny is that I know, like, a number of VTubers personally.
They're all cool.
It's so much worse behind the scenes.
Oh, really?
It is. Oh, yeah. They fucking, like, all of this, like, you know, I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this at all. But yeah, they have so many.
See, I've met.
Well, we get after, like, because we're gonna get food, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, I'll tell you.
Okay, because I met VTubers for, like, to have them on OTK shows and stuff like that, and I always had so much fun. Like, they're funny, they're super talented, and then that was it.
That was it.
Like.
That was it. There was a little bit more, right? We've had a few of those, like, weird little situations, right? What are you looking at?
I was just double checking the notes to see if we missed anything.
Well, yeah, we missed the whole thing.
Yeah, well,
and we haven't. We basically write all these up, and we don't even really list out any of this.
Well, we pay Jacob to write them all up.
We pay Jacob every week, and we're like, oh yeah, that game came out. How about that? And that's it, you know. And there's nothing else really that we even had to talk about.
The Knicks won. Aspen tried pineapple Kool-Aid. JP Morgan sex scandal.
I was going to bring pineapple Kool-Aid last week and have you and Mia try it.
Yeah.
But I was afraid I was going to get you guys sick.
Well, I mean, that's goy slop. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't let my little shiksa eat it.
Yeah.
She's too good for the goy slop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay away from the goyim, honey.
No.
Dude, I was like talking to my buddy the other day. I actually thought this, because my dad wasn't Jewish, right?
Right.
And I went to call him a goy, and I'm like, I can't do that to him.
Yeah.
I like realized I actually use goy as a slur. And that was the moment I noticed I couldn't call my dad a goyim.
Yeah.
I was like, he's not a goyim.
I've got it. As I said, man, I've got to do that the DNA test. I've got to do it. I'm feeling very strongly about it. I feel like I need to know the truth.
I would bet so much money that you're part Jew.
I know. And it's like, the thing is that like whenever I hear these rabbis talking, oh dude, I'm like, this speech was promised to me 3,000 years ago. It was this amount of just patronizing sense of aggrandizement. You think you're so much better than everybody else. You think you're so much smarter. This was promised to me. Like I understand this on like a fucking biblical level. Okay.
I was watching
Old Testament.
I was watching the like some stand-up comedian where he's just like, yeah, everybody thinks that they're racist until you see a Jew, and it's like they only have one slur and it's just for everybody else.
Yeah. So everybody, they're all like, the same.
It's just like everybody else.
I don't know, man. Like I'm seriously planning on doing it. I am at this point. Like I think it's the right thing to do.
It's so funny though, because like I feel like I missed out on getting to be like have any superiority complex.
Yeah.
Because I grew up as a Jew in Atlantic City.
Ooh.
So it was just like I just got quarters thrown at me my whole life. Yeah, I picked them up, but nobody picked them up with me. I was all by myself. Yeah.
Jeez.
Like,
what am I gonna do?
Joke's on you, man. I heard that there's this one kid who's actually my friend. His name was, I'm not gonna say his full name, but his name was Willie.
Yeah.
And I liked him, but he also like bullied me and would just call me a Jew all the time.
Yeah.
Say that I killed Jesus, and he would throw nickels at me. And his dream was to be a sports commentator. And when I started casting esports, I was like, I gotta message that fucking Jew hating piece of shit.
Yeah, that's right.
But I liked him. I actually looked back on childhood, and yeah, he threw quarters at me, but he's like my favorite dude.
That's the thing. It's like, this is one of the things that kind of got lost, I think, generationally, is that you would have that friction. Like, have you ever made a friend through getting in a fight with them?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like, everybody has. Like, I've had
And guess what? Half the time I was wrong. That's why I got in the fight.
Yeah.
And then you learn that you're wrong, and there's consequences to being wrong.
Yeah. And even if you're right, it's like, okay, I respect you that you're willing to do this, right? You're willing to, you know what? All right, you're a real one. It's okay. Yeah. And it's like nowadays, I feel like you never have, like, I don't know if people nowadays have those experiences.
Yeah, it's also, it's like that guy made fun.
And like, I'm still friends with these people.
Yeah, he made fun of me for being Jewish. And guess what? Now he probably doesn't do that, because we did that when we were kids. And we like messed around. And guess what? He was funny. It was funny. I look back and I laugh at half the shit that he did. It was super. It was super funny, man. And it's not that big of a deal. And you kind of grow and you learn how to interact with people.
Well, it's like you have to deal with people that aren't like you. Like if I ever had a kid, I would send my kid to public school. I would say, you need to go to the PvP server, and you are going to learn how to get along. Or not.
Well, we all went to public school, right? Like you went.
And I feel like I got so much out of that.
Yeah,
I did.
So did I.
And like I know maybe this is like it's like politically incorrect, or like people don't agree with this, but like I really feel like, because those are the people that you're going to be dealing with on an everyday basis. Yeah. Those are the people in your community that you're going to talk to. You're going to go to their stores. You're going to have conversations with them. They're going to wash your car. You might wash their car. You might do their, like their mow their lawn, or they might mow yours. You need to learn how to get along with the people of the world, right? Yeah. And it's like, if you're inside of this like perfect little, contained environment where everybody's the same as you are you really preparing a kid for the world.
They're all fucked up. The people who go to private school a lot of the time because there's too much money, so they're introduced to a lot of problems that kids shouldn't be introduced to. In my opinion.
Yeah, we had a little bit of that even in like my middle school.
Yeah,
this was like a kind of upper class school.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is though is like the private schools. You don't, like you said, you don't get to see as many other life experiences, which is the whole value of being a person and like seeing everybody's different experiences. Because it's like
that's the last time you're going to really have that opportunity.
Well, here's the other thing.
Unless you go to the military.
This is the thing that's fucked up with the private schools too. There is such an advantage because of like these backdoor deals with getting kids into college and shit like that.
It's so problematic, isn't it?
It really fucking is. And you don't think about it when you're a kid. Because like I look back, I didn't even know that private schools were a thing when I was a kid.
Yeah,
you don't think about it. I went to public school. I worked really hard, and I got good grades. Yeah. And I thought that was all that happened. And I thought you got good grades, good things happen to you.
Yeah.
For me, it did work out that way. But then you look at a lot of people.
There's a lot of other people that it doesn't work out that way. Like to me, my goal in life was to never have to get a job, to play video games all day nonstop, and to hang out with my friends any day that I wanted.
Yeah.
And that was it. That's all. Like, I never wanted to be an astronaut. I didn't want to be a scientist. I didn't want to be a rock star. I didn't want to be an actor. All I wanted to do was hang out with the boys and do whatever the fuck I wanted.
You never wanted to be an astronaut?
I never. Fuck no. Like, what are you talking about?
Bro, I wanted to be an astronaut so bad. You know what sucks?
I'd be down to, like, go to the, like, now, I'd be down to go to the moon for, like, a couple of days. But I feel like it would get so boring so fast. There's nothing going on.
After you get up there and you're like, holy shit, I did it, it would suck. One of the things I've noticed in life is the best feeling is not actually the achieving the goal. It's the moment when you know that you can achieve it.
Yeah.
That's like the best part. But yeah, I definitely wanted to be an astronaut, and I think one of the worst feelings had to be when I realized I was just too short.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're fucked.
I have the other problem. I'm too tall.
Are you actually too tall to be an astronaut?
Yeah, you can only be like 6'1" or something like that.
Because it's like bad for your bones at that point too, right? It's something like that.
I think it's actually because the way that the ships are made, it's just simply made for people that are smaller, just to make it easier, to make it, I guess, like, systematic.
Yeah. Just
right?
They keep everybody in like it's. I know that there's certain things where they want people of certain heights because of like how it affects your bones and stuff like that too. Like
I didn't even hear about that. Yeah,
I could be wrong right now. Like I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson or some shit, but
it's possible.
Yeah, I think that I heard that at some point. I definitely wanted to do that, and then I had one moment of like absolute retardation right before I went to school. So I knew I was going to school. I put off picking my classes, and I ended up being like, you know what? I was high. I went, and I have not done drugs in years and years and years. But I ended up going, you know what? I kind of want to be like an ancient Egyptian. Like I want to go in the tombs. I want to find shit.
Yeah.
And I took a class called Ancient Egyptian Mortuary Practices.
What the fuck?
And that's how I ended up meeting Dylan.
Yeah.
Because his brother was in the class. And I was just like, I was there and we just started talking about Digimon. And that was like how we became.
I don't know why. Like the thing is, he's the only other guy that I know that played that game. Nobody else.
Digimon?
Yeah. Nobody else.
Yeah,
played
Dylan loved that Digimon game. Valkyrie played it too.
Not as much as I did. I mean, my guys were way better than his, but like, yeah, sure. I mean,
Dylan's, yours were better than. He was talking about, he had like this one thing. And he asked me if you had it. I forget what it was. And I sent a screenshot. You sent me a screenshot and I sent it to him and he was just like, damn, this Zach guy's pretty cool.
So the reason why is because I literally just programmed a macro that allowed me to do the hardest fight in the game on autoplay, and I went to bed. I woke up the next morning. Every single character I had was level 99. And I was at every skill maxed out. I had infinite money. I had infinite everything. And then I literally quit the game because I was tired of clicking the button to upgrade the stats on my characters.
So did it play like an RPG?
It's a great was the guy.
He was so cool too in that event.
I know. I love him.
He's so dope.
Yeah.
He was like one of those guys where his community came through, and sometimes like somebody brings their community, and it's
jealous of the South Americans, man, and the Spanish community. Like every single time that I would get like listed in as like a top 10 streamer, and like one of them would like get listed on the top 10, all of the replies would be their fans in Spanish. Oh no, he's not number 7, he's number 1. All these other guys are losers, and I'm like, why can't my viewers do this? And then they're agreeing with him.
Yeah, they like him. They
like
agree with him.
Yeah, they actually like you. Like, what is this?
Well, you have a huge Chinese audience because I spent a bunch of money on it.
Yeah. You spent money on it? What was this?
Okay, back in the day, I never even told you. This was just like one of the things that, dude, when we were doing Allcraft back in the day, I spent a shitload of money making sure every episode, when we made $0 off of it, I would just pump the episodes out to China. Because I was like, one day
we have we have the Connect to like upload on the Bilibili. We could maybe do that. I'd be down for that.
We used to. I looked into it, and they wanted to charge a lot of money to release on Bilibili, but we could do it for these episodes. I'm gonna tell you.
I heard something different. We can talk about this afterwards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The last time I talked to somebody, they were trying to charge money, and we wouldn't make any money.
It was in the context of where wins meet. And so...
Oh, okay. So I talked before you popped off with that.
Well, so basically, I was banned on Bilibili for like political comments I had made, but I liked Black Myth Wukong so much, and I thought the game was so good that they just let bygones be bygones. Let's move past this. And like now, like I like Blood Message, all like where wins meet, all of these games, I'm all about it.
I'm telling you, this is the path to get Hassan on the episode. We shield to China long enough. Hassan will be like, you know what, man? Maybe this has
all right. Maybe it's not that bad.
Dude, we're gonna go deep down the Chinese pipeline. We're gonna have Hassan on, dude.
Honestly, like whenever
the sign where it's like Hassan
and his entourage, right? And it's like I felt so bad for Will and Caroline there, like, and Austin too. Like, I mean, these are other big streamers. These are popular people, and like, really, you got reduced to the entourage? Like,
they're all cool though. I highly doubt they care.
Sure, I don't have anything against them, but it was just like, and honestly, like I remember watching it, and everybody was like shitting on him, and I was thinking like, it's like that meme of like people saying like based in their mind, they're like, oh wow, this is so bad. Like, no, I was like this is super.
Hassan's China streams were so good that I was like, okay, we should go to Japan.
Okay.
You, me.
So, I'd be down to go to Japan.
Train.
Oh, fuck. Can you imagine him at the gacha machines? So, like, we were on a call with Train the other day. Like, this is maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. He starts sharing his screen. And, like, we're talking about, like, some other unrelated stuff, right? And he's gambling. And he's doing, I swear to fucking God, $10,000 spends on roulette fucking off stream, and he is just fucking cranking it, man. And like I'm watching this, he's like, I might as well, like, let me show you guys, might as well stream it. I'm like, oh yeah, for sure.
Well, did you hear about him and David becoming friends?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's so funny because I was over David's house, and David showed me all of these CSGO skins, and I was like, when did you start getting CSGO skins? And he was like, oh, Twainwex bought them for me. Yeah. It's like, dude, I'm like, you train your sugar daddy, bro. He's like, I like CSGO now. Twainwex showed me.
I know. Like, I don't know how his skins, like, the thing is, like, I think that his skin collection is, like, worth, like, $20 million.
Train is such a D-gen.
Yeah.
Everybody around him becomes a D-gen.
He's been doing it since 2000. Like, since we were, like, because I met Train in, like, 2015 or 16, right? So I've known him for literally 10 years. Even then, he was doing it. It was, like, crazy. Like,
Train is such a D-gen that the only thing that you can do worse than all of the gambling and all the CSGO stuff, the dude played rated Battlegrounds in World of Warcraft.
I remember we would go live. Like he would be live and I would be live. We'd be streaming together, and like I remember we were muting and talking about it, and then like we came out with like a joke. And it's like somebody said like, oh yeah, go turn off his IP or like, like fucking shut off his internet.
Somebody call Haunted.
Yeah, right. Well, it's actually another one of our friends. It was like apparently like, like known for doing this. Yeah. And so this happened. And I remember people went crazy. They were so mad about this because like we used to do RBGs together like every other night. Yeah. And like he would do these like really big, long speeches. And like, do you remember JOBD?
Yes, dude.
Jerk off before donating,
Yes,
bro.
dude.
Like, oh my
Dude.
God. Dude, it was so fucking fun, man.
Train's just a good
It was.
dude, man. I think I only streamed with him maybe like 3 times.
Yeah, a
and then
few
hung
times,
out with
yeah.
him like a handful. And just when I was nobody, Train was coming up to me and he was a genuine guy.
Yeah.
I remember I met him the first.
That's, I think, one of the biggest tests.
He
is.
treats everybody the same way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He is genuinely a good person.
Yeah.
And I really
You know what's
do like
really
him.
funny is, like, obviously, like, I know, like, I mean, we both know, like, plenty of people that are, like, very, very, you know, very successful, extremely successful. None of the people that are actually extremely successful act pretentious at all. None of them that I think that, like,
Well, XQC, for example.
he's not pretentious.
XQC, same thing. I literally, like...
I mean, he'll flex on people, right? But, like, that's because they're talking shit to him.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
And he's also...
I got
funny.
your house on my wrist,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
But then you meet him in the real world, and he's just a great guy. Like,
Yeah.
he was always so
Yeah.
nice to me before I was even like... I was like even really streaming, you know? Like I was just doing Allcraft, and he was nice to me.
Yeah,
I feel like actually like all of the top streamers... Great people.
It's the middle.
It's the mid-table warriors.
Those little losers, bro. Like those little losers, bro. Like that. Yeah. I'm gonna be the next big one. I'm gonna be so popular.
Like shut
it's
the
like
fuck up, you
like,
dumbass
little
bitch.
loser, bitch. Fuck out of here. But like, look, okay, so we probably don't need to go on too much. Like obviously, you know, like we're gonna have probably another guest on if we do the like. I'm thinking about like if we do the fucking Warhammer. We've got like 3 ideas like for the specials that like we're gonna do. Like we talked about 2 of them, right? And then we're gonna do that. We're gonna have that for our next episode. I'm pretty excited. I am.
I am
pretty
too,
excited. It's gonna be fucking badass,
Dude, also like the Warhammer one, we have options. The current world champion of Warhammer is down to come out here and kick your ass because he coaches me in Warhammer.
Bro, like it's honestly, if we even, I bet if we did it in the studio, we could probably make it work, right? Or we could just do it like somewhere else. It'd be super easy.
I talked to Pecky's last night,
yeah,
and he was like, "I know how to do it."
I know how to do it.
Yeah, and there's also this other
like
channel.
If he could run, the thing is, like, we could probably, because he's so good, right? Pecky's, by the way, Pecky's is like one of our main production editing guys, and like we've worked with him like over the last like over 5 years, right?
I've worked with him for
10 almost, right?
Yeah,
because
I met him when he was because he used to work at Smite.
Yeah, and so like basically like oh my god, I'm actually really thinking about this. Holy shit, we could really do something cool.
It just depends where you want to do it. So I can either bring people to Texas.
It depends. Like if it's more than one person, I can probably just fly out and just like take a few days, like a 2 or 3 days.
Bro, if we want to,
like if we did that, we probably should like line up another like one of the individuals that we've discussed.
We could do a nerd trifecta in LA.
Yeah,
and we can do. I'm just gonna say it, Brian Johnson.
That would be fucking.
Because he won't fly because it will make him biologically a minute older.
That's right. Yeah.
So we got to go to him.
Yeah.
Then also I have the Pokemon box in LA, the Neo Genesis box. We can open that, play Warhammer, and just go crazy.
Just
and then there's other people in LA too.
Yeah,
I'm sure that you know, like, well, Hassan's in LA.
Oh god. Shit.
Yo, you playing Warhammer against Hassan?
Yeah.
He can play Tal because they're communists.
Oh.
And then you play the CSM. He's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He's evil. He's corrupt.
Yeah. You're right.
The forces of chaos must fall.
Yeah. See, it's my units exploding, not yours.
Dude, we should settle this shit. One game of Warhammer, you and Hassan against each other.
Oh god, yeah, maybe, right? I mean, like, I don't know if he does any of that. Like the last time he played a video game was like Black Myth Wukong. He doesn't play any fucking
Dude,
video
well,
games.
it's honestly not his
anything.
fucking fault. He just tried to play the goddamn Harry Potter game in peace. These motherfuckers blew up our boy's stream, man.
They lost their mind over that game. Dude, I wonder if they're ever going to make Hogwarts Legacy 2. I do. Like, did you play that game?
It's fucking awesome.
It was the only thing I didn't like is that enemy variety, and there wasn't more.
You know what's crazy?
What?
If I didn't become, like, if I didn't end up working at Blizzard, and if I didn't become
You were going to work at that company, right?
it was the first place I applied to out of college, Avalanche.
Yeah.
I applied there. I didn't necessarily like guaranteed have the job.
Yeah,
but I like applied there, and
it was
I
a possibility.
Yeah, well, it was my dream studio.
Yeah.
They had made they made a bunch of good games, and they were like just located in the right place, and it seemed awesome. And it's crazy to think it's like alternate reality. Maybe I would have ended up working on Harry
You
Potter.
could have gotten harassed for something different.
It's just like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, right, of course.
But no, that game's good. I'm pretty sure they're announcing.
I thought it was going to be this week.
Well, I think there was like a leak that they were supposed to be announcing it
I know.
soon. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I thought it was going to be this week.
Yeah. As long as they don't go the route of God of War.
Oh God. Yes, and yeah, it's like the Hermione story, and yeah, now it's really her story.
Now you can pet cats and dogs.
So, guys, thanks a lot for watching. We really appreciate it. Obviously, support for the show has been fucking insane. We really, really appreciate it. We're gonna keep doing more episodes, keep doing different stuff, etc.
Japan.
Thank you, guys. Let me know in the comments other things that you guys would want to see, etc. Rich reads them all. I read 3 of them. So, you know, if they're really good, maybe it'll go to 4. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you all in the next one. Peace. Happy Father's Day, Zach. I know today must be rough for you. The first Father's Day without him, based on what he told us, he loved you a lot, man. Take the day off. Well, it's too late, right? And do stuff reminds you of him, how your own Father's Day. And though I'm sure he's off in Valhalla drinking vodka surrounded by babes. Probably more like Jim Beam and Coke, but yeah, that would be correct. And yeah, there's the old man right there. And it actually is crazy. Honestly, the really bad one for me was yesterday. Yesterday, because it was June 20th, was the day that I called my dad after my stream. And, you know, just the previous day, everything was great. I had hung out with him and we were, you know, like it was just another great day. And then the day after that, he was just fucking sick and he couldn't get up. He couldn't do anything. And it was like, I remember calling him that day, and that was June 20th. And I was so stressed out. I was so worried. And that was when it began, the hospital entropy, right? And like, that was the beginning of the end, right? And yeah, fuck. So it was a real motherfucker, man. I'll tell you that. It was a real motherfucker. And so, yeah. I remember that. I didn't really talk a lot about it until it was like way later on and like way more evolved. But yeah, that's kind of what happened. I'm sorry, bro. I've been there. Yeah. And it was just not good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really that happened. And like, I kept streaming. I kept streaming until, you know, like I really just couldn't anymore. And then it just kind of got really fucking bad. And it just managed to just get worse and worse and worse until it was over. Right. So yeah. Calling your dad a motherfucker. So he was the biggest hard ass asshole that I've ever known in my entire life. He was like, this was us at Golden Corral, where he would go around. We would go every single time that it was Veterans Day. They had Veterans Appreciation Day at Golden Corral, and he'd get a free meal there, and he would bring his proof that he was a Vietnam veteran. And this is a t-shirt that he had for Vietnam. And he would spend the time walking there. He would walk up to Golden Corral and he'd be looking at everybody's license plates, like inspecting their achievements, because all of the veterans had like different license plates based off of like what medals they got. Like my dad had a special license plate for his medals that he got. And then other people had like a Purple Heart one. And then other people had like, you know, Army Commendation medals and everything else. And so like, that's what it was. And so we would do that every single time. And then there he is at my fucking, oh my God, bro. Like there it is with the Starforge shirt on too. He wore that shit all the time. He did. And man, this is one of the many times he was just fucking stressing me out and everything. Mrs. Calls, bro. Yeah, it's weird that it's been such a long time. It has. And this is, I was like, I think 17 in this, 17, 18, something like that. Maybe, I think 17. So yeah. Did your dad like his service? Yeah, he said he wanted to go back. He even tried to, so he tried to go back to Vietnam after they sent him out. They had to have the police, the MPs, the military police, physically remove him from his post because he wouldn't leave his post.
And so he had totally wanted to stay in Vietnam. He was happy there, everything was fine, and so he just wanted to stay there. Then he gets sent back, and then he starts signing up to join Blackwater, right? And like all of these militia groups and like, all of the private armies. So then that way he can go back to Vietnam. And then apparently he got a job like as a carpenter or something like that, or a painter instead. Then he was he was an executive at a publishing company. And when the first Desert Storm happened, he was ready to he was going to drop his job as an executive at a publishing company in order to join Desert Storm. He was ready to just fuck this. Okay, all right, bro, I can go back. Like, all right, I'm immediately ready to do it. And the reason why they didn't let him back in is because he was like 14 months too old or something like that, right? So any plans to release the Uncut podcast with him? I've got some other content I'll probably release with him as well. And why would he want to go back to Vietnam so badly? The reason why he liked Vietnam, he said, it's because he could do whatever he wanted. There were no women there, and they had infinite ammo, and they had as many grenades as they wanted. And I think that whenever you're in a really stressful situation, it was especially the focus around having infinite ammo and no women. For whatever, like, he had a t-shirt, and the t-shirt, what it said, if a man speaks in the forest and there's no woman to hear it, is he still wrong? There was one time that he had an ex-girlfriend, that might have been his ex-wife, not my mom, the one previous to that, call him up while we're getting ready to go out to dinner, and she screams at him on the phone for about 45 seconds. He doesn't even say anything. He just hangs up the phone, and he's like, all right, so do you want to drive there? Because this is when I was like learning how to drive. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to teach you how to drive over to this fucking store. Didn't even miss a beat. The crazy one? Well, he said they were all crazy, including my mom. He's probably right, honestly. And told that story before? Yeah. And so that's it. So based on goodness, exactly. And your dad sounds like a gamer. He was not a gamer at all. Like he would like, basically he didn't know anything about Warcraft. He thought Warcraft was stupid, but he would always come over and watch me play PUBG, and then he would tell me what to do. He'd say like, oh, you have to go over there, like go stand over there. Like, no, there's gonna be guys coming from this side, they're gonna come get you. And like, he's watched this game for 5 minutes and he's already trying to run the game. And did you ever try to meet the other wives? Yeah, some of them, yeah. Like, one thing I did is whenever he was in the hospital, I was like, okay, well, how are we gonna cheer the old man up? Well, why don't we bring in all of these girls that apparently he was like, he used to have a thing where he said he would only date women with the same name, so when he got drunk, he'd never call them the wrong name. And I asked him, was that name Shelly? Because that was my mom's name. Apparently not. I was like, well, what is that? Holy fuck. Yeah, exactly. And so what I did is I invited a bunch of these like girls that he had like just, like hooked up with over the years to all come and see him while he was in the hospital. And I think it was definitely the right decision. It was totally the right call. And I'm like, this is going to cheer his spirits up. And I had them, I would call them like, okay, why don't you not come today? Why don't you come tomorrow? Because there's somebody coming today, right? And so like, that's what it was. And two base, yeah, it's so absurd. Well, yeah, I mean, like, well, what the fuck else is he gonna do? He's just gonna sit around and do fucking nothing. So yeah, and I'm trying to think what else it was, and call the whole roster. I did, and yeah, I'm trying to think if there were any more of these that were worth doing, but yeah, this is the. Yeah, he never believed in any kind of like anytime I was stressed out, he was just like, okay, just deal with it. Can you imagine how stressed out I was in like, X or Y situation? And yeah, especially hearing stories. Yeah, I mean, my dad was a massive fucking asshole. He was a massive dickhead, a huge fucking asshole. And there are a lot of things that I never really forgave him for. And I'm still not sorry, because he was a fucking dick and he knows it. He knows he was a fucking dick. And I don't really have any ill will towards him, but like, you were a dick and you know you were a dick. And that's the way it is. And that's fine. That's fine. But that's just the way it is. And so anyway, stay strong. Yeah, exactly, right? And you had to get it from somewhere. Yeah, I know. And he was big on conspiracy theories like your mom was. No, he didn't give a fuck about conspiracy theories. Like, he didn't really like, the only thing that he cared about, like, he wrote books and shit, right? I mean, like, he was like a big writer and all that, but like, I don't even really think that he cared about like his political positions on things. I don't think he really gave a shit about most of that at all. And could have beat you when you were a kid. No, my dad never hit me. He never did. He said it was like, why would I, like, I have to hit a kid? Like, yeah, of course not. Why you say that? Did he cheat on your mom? I don't think so. Like, I don't really know, honestly. Like, they were getting divorced whenever I was even born, right? So, like, I don't really think so, but I'm not sure. I have no idea. What does your dad really care about? My dad really cared about drinking. He really liked drinking alcohol. He really liked guns. He really liked reading and philosophy a lot. Let me think besides that. He liked movies, loved movies. Beer or liquor? Yes. Cars, yep, loved cars. I bought him a nice car. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, do you like the wars? Yeah, he liked them in general, right? Was he proud of you? Yeah, my dad was proud of me. Like, he would get, I never, and this is going to sound crazy, I never even considered my parents' approval for anything. I never did. Like, my parents approving or not approving of something I was going to do, this was completely beside the fact. I would do everything I wanted, anything I wanted, and I never looked for anybody's approval for anything ever. That was it. Now, which ones are his favorite movies? I don't know, like probably Apocalypse Now, like Kelly's Heroes. Oh, fuck. Let me think besides that. He liked Predator. Rambo? Yeah, I don't know, like Platoon probably. Like, I'd have to really think about the other ones. Why does your jaw in the picture look different? Well, because the reason why is that my face looked a lot different. Oh, these are newer photos. The reason why it looked different is because I had my teeth fall out, right? And so it changed the way that I look. And do you like any of the Halo games? Do you like any of the... He liked the Halo games. He didn't mind watching it, but what was his hottest take? His hottest take? I wouldn't tell you. I would not say at all. I would never say that at all. And yeah, absolutely not. So yeah, you can't say it. You have to understand that, okay, so this is what happened, right? So we brought my dad to the podcast that I did, Steak and Eggs. And the full uncut version of that podcast was over 3 hours long, and it was him talking nonstop without even missing a beat. And one of the parts that we cut out was my dad asking Tectone, do you know what they used to call black people in the 60s? Tectone goes, I don't know, the N-word? And my dad goes, no, worse than that. We had to cut out an hour of that podcast. And he wasn't racist, by the way. He wasn't at all. Like, he was telling the story as like a matter of like historical relevance. That was it. And released the files. Yeah, he was never racist or anything like that. Didn't even think about that. Like, yeah, that was just naturally based, I guess so. And can we watch it somewhere else, bro? Maybe one day, right? And yeah, he told us he had a black girlfriend. He is a fat racist. Yeah, he was dating a black... And I remember him lamenting the fact that he didn't marry her. He's like, yeah, she would cook me food all the time. She was great. She was really hot. She had a great body. Like, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, because then I started dating this other woman who, like, started cutting herself, and she tried to kill herself while I was in bed with her. And it was, like, a huge problem. Like, yeah, it's definitely kind of a mistake, right? She was the keeper, yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it was really crazy. And anyway, it's kind of sad to see Father's Day for my dad, but again, I think that a father's role is to prepare his son for every day that he's not around, and so I'd say he did a pretty good job. I'm doing all right. There's things that could be better with me, things that could be worse. So that's really it. I don't really, like that was it. Yeah. It's the way it is. Entire website. I don't know how this has happened, but somehow it has. And so there's a lot of women that watch him. I think, he's a good looking guy. And on top of that, like I think he thinks like a woman a lot of times. He does. Thinks like a chick. And so I think that they watch him and they're like, yeah, that's so true. You're so right. And that's it. And so that's it. I feel very disappointed. And this is the problem, is that he will make excuses for you getting raped as long as it's being done by somebody who he can use politically to his advantage. And I think that's really disgusting. It's very disgusting to do that. Who would do that?
Speaking of as a goy, I want to show you another one.
Many of these.
I want to show you another take. Asmongold begs his chat to stop criticizing Israel and claims a distraction from Trump's amazing presidency.
By the way, this is again him signal boosting another account that basically engages in harassment, misunderstanding, and borderline defamation about me all of the time in an attempt to create negative sentiment about me online and to potentially get me banned. Hassan, I think, probably works with this account. I have no idea. I would never accuse him of this, but I think it's very likely he works with this account to coordinate other forms of misrepresentations of myself in order to push this narrative. It's in his name. So remember when he said, like, oh, nobody does this? Like, my community doesn't do this? You're doing it right now. These people are actual goyim, and you've been convinced that Israel is your biggest enemy while you side with other people that want to ethnically and demographically replace you in a different way, and you think that they're on their side. That's right. That's what's happening to you, and you're being played for a fucking fool. You've been poison pilled. And do you know why? It's because you're winning. It's because you're winning astronomically. You're completely destroying every one of their designs. You have totally removed the idea of, genital mutilation for children because they've been psyoped by their parents to think that they're the opposite gender.
Yeah, this was a real thing that was happening all the time. I'm glad that it's been destroyed.
If it wasn't a real thing that wasn't happening all the time, then why wouldn't it just be easy for you to condemn it and say that it's bad and then say nobody should do it? Why not? You can't make an argument to triviality and not have it immediately reversed on yourself. You're right that a lot of people were not, and there's a spectrum of this. Very few kids were given gender transition surgery, but more of them were given gender transition hormones or hormone blockers. And even more of them beyond that were allowed to socially transition with help of a school, a medical professional, and also the parents. I view all three of these as problematic, but the third one obviously is the worst. So if you actually don't think this is happening and it's not a big deal, then why wouldn't you just immediately say, yeah, it's really bad and I don't support it? It's because you want people to basically assume that your takes on these these social issues are accurate, and then you hold all the class issues behind that. You can't say that the social issues don't matter if you will never compromise on the social issues. Jijian just got arrested. I'll look at that after this.
Yeah.
Remind me.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy now? Yes.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy? I don't know. Has Twitch changed its policy to allow rape apology? To promote raping white women? Did they change their policy for that? Uh-huh.
Okay, sure.
How about terrorism promotion?
It costs a fucking arm and a leg to keep up with your groceries and keep up with your bills, but you're winning.
Yeah.
Why are you winning? Because we're owning the libtards. Okay? Also, it's perfectly cool and normal and valid to have to sign a document that says you will never disavow the beautiful nation state of Israel if you want to keep your job. It's good. I love signing loyalty pledges to Israel so I can be a school teacher in the state of Texas. Why would you ever say that that's strange?
That's totally fine. I don't agree with that either. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. All I recognize is that just because you don't like Israel, that doesn't put you on my side. There are a lot of different groups of people that don't like Jews and don't like Israel. The Houthis don't like Israel. Does that mean the Houthis are on my side? Of course not. That's my point.
Excuse me? What are you, an anti-Semite? Why would you talk about that? Just stop talking about Israel, please.
Stay focused, because
there's never been a moment in my life where I have maintained this position that like TV shows are woke now, so that means it's good, and that means we're fucking winning. As a matter of fact, during peak woke, many people might.
I would say that you enable the people that do it, and you represent the people that do it. You absolutely do. You are absolutely an enabler of the woke bullying squads, the forced bullshit in these shows, and also like if you are not saying anything even against them, and you are finding yourself on the same side as them, and you're voting for them and advocating for them, you're basically supporting it.
Not have known this about me. I routinely railed against the quote-unquote SJW messaging campaigns that hyper-focused on television shows. And I said that this was a byproduct of, you know, being powerless and recognizing your powerlessness, which is why you were choosing to have some semblance of control and you know, some way of feeling as though you have, you know, as though there is an avenue where people are responsive. An institution is being responsive to your needs. And it was usually during, it was just Hollywood, right? And I kept explaining to people that this was silly. And a lot of people would get mad at me for that. And I was like, no, the real power comes from actual political organizing, labor militancy, being able to claw back some of your...
Social messaging absolutely matters, and you know that. That's the reason why you try to involve yourself and involve other people. So this is the reason, and the way that you know that this isn't accurate, is that Hassan has he said on multiple times that he wants to collaborate with other people and other streamers in order to normalize his language and his ideology in the eyes of other people. So this is what he's openly just simply stated this. And so because of that, I think that that's an indicator that you clearly understand the power of media and the idea of soft and subliminal messaging, and basically creating a narrative and a hyper reality where people believe certain things, and how that hyper reality will manifest into actual reality. And that's the reason why you do it.
Your own productive output that you are responsible for, having some autonomy in the workplace.
Yes.
Or getting your wishes across to politicians. That
every single thing that he just said isn't possible in China and Cuba, and he gasses them up all the time. That's the reason why Hassan doesn't actually care about these issues, is that he's willing to compromise these issues all of the time whenever it's with his favorite communist dictatorship. So the one issue that he will never compromise, though, is the support of Islamic terrorism. China supports Iran, and I think also Cuba does too, to an extent. I think didn't Cuba attack Israel, for example? That is the one core of his ideology. That is the one main thing that he cares about more than anything else. And the reason and the way that you can tell that is the fact that that is the one thing that he will never compromise. He will never compromise any level of negative criticism or negativity around Islamic terrorists. That is the core of his ideology, and all of the class politics and everything else is simply a vehicle to advance that core ideology.
Israel political power. All this other stuff is bullshit, meant as a distraction to make you feel like you are, you know, actually accomplishing something. Asmongold is now doing the other side of that. It's the reverse SJW. It's the anti-woke SJWs, the injustice, the social injustice warriors. Okay, from the social justice warriors to the social injustice warriors. We got it the first time. That's precisely what Asmongold's goals are.
We get it. So Hassan's a bad person. He's always defending rapists and terrorists, pushing for it to happen. I don't know how much of this he really even believes, honestly. It's hard to say.
Focus on television shows that are now anti-woke. That's idiotic.
Like wine. That's not how they're...
Okay, well, if it's idiotic, then just let it go. If you actually think that it's not a big deal and you actually think that it doesn't matter, then just let it go. But you don't want to let it go because you act like these culture war issues are a distraction, but you will never compromise on them.
hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
What do you say? Oh.
You're going to go
cool,
out
man.
and virtue signal about how bad this is, but then also run defense for the rapist gangs that are doing it to girls that are 11 or want a 9-year-old wife. In Iran, they have 9-year-old wives, but you're going to go out there and talk about how Nick's saying this is bad. This is a double standard. Obviously, wanting to marry underage girls is bad categorically. If you can't draw a distinction between that, then that's your problem.
Well, Asmund Dad watched me.
Is that all you're going to show from Hassan?
No. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Every fucking day.
Okay.
I move over to Hassan and see him trash you every day.
Okay.
He does, and it's so off the fucking wall.
All right. Okay.
You know, he's so fucking jealous. I wouldn't say anything, but he shits on you all the time.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're non-confrontational.
I am.
I make up for it on the other end.
You sure do.
For confrontational. If they would only allow me to shoot everybody on the fucking...
All right. So, guys, he really appreciates all of the kind words.
off the side.
Everybody, yep. All right.
Well, Asmund Dad watched me.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, these are the guys who are like Asmongold is not a particularly clever orator or a decent propagandist.
That's because I don't lie
he's
to
just
people.
like watery.
So the reason why I'm not good at that is because I choose not to be. I never lie to people ever. I always state what my intentions are in plain English, and I make what I believe immediately and profoundly clear. Hassan lies. So I don't like lying to people. I view it as kind of cheating. Because if you're lying to people, well, then you can just make people believe whatever they want. But the more difficult thing, in my opinion, is to tell people the truth and then get them to accept it anyway. Hassan just lies to people. Yeah, obviously, it's going to be easier for you to convince people whenever you tell them one thing and then do something else. Like, yeah, duh, of course. I never do that. I never lie.
Bring down shit that he sees on his Twitter timeline, right? He's just like basically rehashing tweets that
You're reading a tweet right now. You're literally on Twitter.
he reads off of his timeline. He doesn't actually have.
You're on Twitter.
I mean,
You're
he
also
has right-wing opinions. Obviously,
on
that
Twitter.
much is clear.
like
But he doesn't have the capacity to push for these values on his own. All he can do is just like respond to stimuli. And that's the reason why he keeps going back and forth on the Israel stuff. Like one day he'll lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
It's very simple, actually. I don't want Israel involved in our politics, but I also don't blame everything on Israel. And I view that the focus around Israel is created by left-wing people in order to divide the right. So they're united against, or they're divided with the issue of Israel, and they're fighting over Israel rather than fighting over demographic replacement, for example. I think that if Israel disappeared tomorrow and every Jew on the earth went to the moon, we would still have the same people pushing for the same ideologies and the same stuff. Hassan obviously isn't a Jew. I don't think he's from Israel. I'd be surprised if he was. That'd be quite a plot twist. But his ideology would remain. And so my argument is simply that, yes, Israel is a problem in America and their influence is a problem, but at the same time, it's not the only problem. And there are larger problems that exist that can be solved simultaneously, and anybody who positions themselves as against Israel does not mean that they are pro-America. That's my position. It's more nuanced than just one or the other.
And then the next day he'll be like, while I do genuinely appreciate people like Nick Fuentes for all the bold advocacy that they're doing that I agree with.
Yes.
At the same time, we got to stop talking about this Israel stuff.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And
this is something that's called having a different opinion. So Nick aligns with me on a lot of issues. He doesn't align with me on every issue. And even with some of the Israel things I agree with him on, I just think that they are less crucial than he does. Why would I make an enemy out of Nick, who I think is trying to help and save Western civilization, over a disagreement about a country that's on the other side of the world? Whenever he agrees with me on all of these other topics, it's stupid. Why would I do that? Like, duh. This is, they want you to take the bait because they want you to fight with each other rather than against them. That's it.
It's inconsistent, and as long as he keeps hitting the fuck Hassan line, as long as he keeps saying like, no, these wokes are actually ruining your life, think about the culture war, think about the culture war. As long
If the culture war didn't matter, then stop talking about it, stop advocating for it, and stop promoting people that advocate for it. But you won't do that because you know that it matters.
as long as he hits those lines, then it's fine.
The culture war and the people that are doing it provide insulation for his ideology. And that's the reason why he will never go against it. That's the reason why. And it's actually I support you. Isn't it wild that Nick says less racist stuff than Hassan? When has Nick ever advocated for SA for Arab girls? As far as I know, he hasn't. I have no idea. But yeah, anyway, I know I talk about Hassan. Like, in my opinion, I have no idea. But advocated for SA. For Arab girls, as far as I know, he hasn't. I have no idea. But yeah, anyway, I know I talk about Hassan. Like, in my opinion, I think these topics are, oh, this is Destiny. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Like a fight between Asmongold and Hassan, especially in this format, Asmongold will always win, because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly than Hassan can. Hassan is like having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here, where one, Hassan might legitimately Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here, where one, Hassan might legitimately be intellectually outpaced. I don't know. I don't actually know where this guy's mind is anymore in terms of like learning facts or anything.
Yeah, because he's lying.
Hassan is fighting on Twitch, which in terms of just the demographics of the audience are probably going to be more favorable towards Asmongold, we might guess. Like, tend to be more white, tend to be more first world, tend to be more, non-Muslim, Christian, whatever else. And then 3, Hassan is trying to do propaganda for everything. Hassan is no longer ever communicating on any factual basis. It's always through this cringy, like, Marxist analysis. So Hassan is, like, on so many different levels trying to do this fight. Hassan is going to be supportive of, and he will downplay, Muslim extremist violence in Europe. He will do that.
How about that?
Or Asmongold is going to have a view of like Western culture in some regards is superior to the culture from some of these places, which to some extent is a true statement. People don't like to acknowledge that. But I mean, like, generally speaking, democratic regimes where the women have the right to go outside and not be, getting 72 lashes because they sing a song without their fucking burqas on or whatever. Like,
see, he saw that story. I know exactly. That was in Iran.
This is generally a better thing. Yeah. But Hassan can never, ever, 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 ever acknowledge any of that because it would be acknowledging something good about the West.
He's so right. He's so right about me being right. This is so accurate. He's so right. I think that are you validated enough? I think that more and more people are seeing this. Yeah, that's it. And wow. First time I have Destiny system actually based. I mean, again, like, it's a matter of spectrum. You're going to have disagreements with everybody, but, with some people, you can see that these people are people that want the same general idea goal that you have versus other people who do not, right? That's just me.
Economy, defense,
it's kind of woke, but yeah.
And becoming a party that wants once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change
I thought you had. Why is?
Was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake,
Yeah.
but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect.
I'm sure it was really fair for all the thousands of girls that got raped. I'm sure it was really fair for them. Yeah, it was fair for them to go to the police and then have the police think that they did it themselves. Well, you're 11 years old. You consented to being gang raped by 3 adult men. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Definitely.
Where everyone is seen, everyone is valued.
Oh.
Wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few.
And how'd that work out?
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years.
Yep, you made everything worse and everybody hates you. Good job.
An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, the biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media.
Why are asylum hotels closing a good thing? Like, this is the kind of stuff is that, like, you create these, like, little bones that you throw to people. Meanwhile, you allow, like, mass immigration and mass migration into the country nonstop. I mean, like, come on, guys. What are we doing? Yeah, they increased their navy from 2 ships to 3. Maybe, I don't know.
And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made.
Yeah.
Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect, and the rule of law. Securing trade deals.
What?
Standing with Ukraine. Standing up for our values.
Standing with
and
Iran.
rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe.
Yeah.
Change promised by a Labour government. Change fought for by a Labour government. Change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election.
Nope.
I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question.
And literally everybody else.
And I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first.
Well, I mean, not really, though, right? I mean, like, that's not... I mean, like, not really, though. Well, I mean, I know you're gonna say something like, yeah, but like, I mean, we all know, like, I mean, but not really.
That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Damn.
I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
Yeah? What did he say?
I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess.
Wow.
In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power.
Isn't it crazy how we've had this happen here? We also had Justin Trudeau in Canada. You're having every South American country, like, totally pack up their, like, bullshit dictator retards. Like, it's actually just a total blowout. Like, everybody in the world, I think, is just tired of this shit. They are so tired of this.
I will also give
Colombia,
my successor
yeah.
my full...
Well, they're blaming Colombia's blaming losing the election on the Jews. They are. They said it's Israel. Israel's doing it. We're going to get to that. Not yet, though.
And unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's very
Better
fair.
prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues
Wow.
who have been at my
How
side
nice.
for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service.
Wow.
And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
I'm going to be honest. I've said this before. I think if you cry, you're a bitch. You are. You're a bitch. I know this is like toxic masculinity, but welcome to the real world. Like, he's actually crying, bro. You're the prime minister. Can you imagine Winston Churchill crying? Yeah, maybe after he found out that Hitler was dead. Other than that, no. I hate this shit. It's ridiculous.
And being the best dad I can
Jesus Christ.
to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy.
Jesus.
Thank you very much.
Oh, God. Cry, you're not supposed to be in that role. It just makes you look weak, bro. And there's his wife. Wow. Aw. He's a soy goy. He is a soy goy. He really... Wow. Just a minute, actually. Everybody knows that a gentleman walks closer to the side of the road. That way, if a car drives by and it splashes water, it doesn't get his wife or his girlfriend's clothes dirty. Everybody knows this. We all know this. This is his final... one final beta move before it's all over. One final little bitch play before I'm done. Let me go. No. This is the way, guys, this is the way it is. You always do this. And like, you know, I open doors. Again, listen, you look at me, guys. Look at me. I need all the help I can get, okay? So would I go around and open my girlfriend's door out of a car? Absolutely. I 100% would, without even a second of hesitation. And the way I look at it is that it's not simping. You have to find a girl that's worth simping for. And if your girlfriend isn't worth simping for, then you need to find a new one. Okay? I'm not sorry. And the fact is that he should be on the other side. And this is just one more point on the graph of him being a beta fucking cuck. That is it, man. So I'm just like, look, I mean, this is the kind of, has anybody pointed this out yet? Jesus. Don't I drive on the other side? It's not about that. Oh my God. Jesus. Wow. What a dude. Ending with the most beta move possible. That's just sad, bro. Like, it's actually just sad. You're thinking you're thinking that you're some kind of alpha is fucking hysterical? Whoever said that I was an alpha? The thing is that it's about being a supreme gentleman. And is he being a supreme gentleman? Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. So anyway, yeah, and by the way, if you're getting offended by this kind of language, you're probably like, we talk about the alpha and beta stuff. I'm sorry to tell you, man. We're talking about this with tongue-in-cheek humor, right? We're having fun here. So if you're not having fun and like you just got your feelings hurt because I said something that made you mad, you need to go lay down. Number one, go lay down, and then take your medicine because obviously you're missing out on a dose and it's not good for you. And beta, yeah, beta. One final cuck move. Oh my god. One final cuck move before it's all over. That is insane. That's crazy, dude. He's beta maxing. He is. Even in his... Dude, imagine this, bro. And he just got done crying. Oh my god. What are the comments? They're probably calling him a retard. Probably calling him a stupid retard. And the party is over. Resign. Bye-bye, wanker. This cat outlasted... Make him the prime, probably more able than all of them. Is this like a special cat? Like, I don't know, a special English cat? I've never heard of this. I have no idea. That I can get behind. Larry the cat. Oh, wow. That's funny. Good riddance. Thanks for... Nothing. Oh my god. It turns out calling everyone a far right and racist wasn't a good idea. So this is the point that I'm making, okay? And we're gonna go back to my image that I had just created, is that what this government just did is they performed a tank swap, okay? So what they did is that everybody's really mad about, for example, immigration and unchecked two-tier policing and problems like that. So Keir Starmer is being assigned all of the blame for this bad action happening. They're saying, wow, Keir Starmer really messed everything up. No, he didn't. Like, Keir Starmer is a fucking loser, idiot, retard, pathetic, wet towel of charisma. Nobody likes Keir Starmer, okay? I'm not saying that they do, but here's what I am saying, is that Keir Starmer is simply the person who is the figurehead of this organization. The entire organization is what created this. So if you change the figurehead, you're not changing the organization. So what they did is that now everybody's mad. So don't think that this is a victory at all. It's not a victory. This is, I mean, I guess it's a minor victory, right? But like, it doesn't really move the needle. It doesn't really matter because I bet the guy that comes in and replaces him is going to say the same shit that he's saying. They're going to do the same shit that he's doing, and they're going to be supported by the same people that supported Keir Starmer. So no, I don't think this is some kind of great victory or some amazing thing, but it's better, I guess, than having this guy stay around. So that's it. If you say he's most likely burn him or whatever, I saw a little bit about him, but I don't really know a lot about him. And yeah, Anthony Burnham's even more to the left. Yeah, definitely. But Restore Britain will completely change everything. I mean, I would assume so. I would hope so. It seems that way. Probably more than the other Labour MP coming up and doing this instead. So yeah, Keir Starmer is getting fireballed in Anixia Phase 2, so he gets a threat reset. He is. So yeah, and don't ever forget that, okay, guys? Like this is not anything different or anything special. It's not a victory until we wipe the raid team. Exactly. To the extent that the raid is still alive. Actually, alive is probably not the right term for this. I'm thinking about it in Warcraft terms. To the extent that these people are represented in government, your work is not done. Okay. So it's a huge problem, right? He's not a scapegoat. He is a scapegoat. He's simply a figurehead. So don't let these people trick you and finesse you or anything like that, right? And so anyway, the battle is won, but the war is not over. Yeah, I guess you could say that. And it's getting close to a Veil swap. No, because he never did any extra damage when he had the fucking the debuff, right? And absolutely unstable adrenaline or whatever. No, it's nothing like the Veil swap. And anyway, I disagree. It's like saying Trump didn't change anything. Well, here's the problem. It's that, I mean, okay, so you think that Trump is changing something. I think that Trump fundamentally completely transformed the Republican Party, and I think also the entire Republican, the apparatus around the Republicans, all of them were against Trump. There's even an entire identity group of Republicans that don't like Trump. So I don't think that Trump did that, and I also don't think this Anthony Burnham guy is going to be the one that's going to be Trump, right? I don't think that's what's going to happen, but we'll have to see what happens. I have no idea, but that's where I'm expecting. And Warcraft 3 or Age of Empires, definitely Age of Empires 2. Like, I'm sorry, I love Warcraft 3, but Age of Empires 2 is just so much more timeless, and I really just loved it. That's a good question, actually. Shit, even J.D. Vance didn't like Trump at one point? Yeah, exactly, right? Outside Trump, yes, everybody in the media and also the political establishment hated Donald Trump, and they still hate Donald Trump. And the reason why is because, I mean, there's 50 reasons why. I could go through it, but like, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, Keir Starmer has resigned. I'm not surprised by this. This is the new guy to the UK. All right, here we go.
We now come to Andy Burnham, member for Makerfield.
Rome is saved.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So
he looks like the previous one. Man.
I didn't hear that.
Turn the water into white.
Is this the tank swap? Yes, this is the new guy. This is the new guy who I assume is going to do all the same things that the old guy did. This is it. Yep, it's the new tank. It's the Goy swap. That's right. That's a crazy chair. Oh my God. Now, like, honestly, if it was me, I would make this chair. So, like, this is just like if we had something like this in America, I would change the upholstery to red, and I would take all of the wood. I'd get rid of the wood, and I'd replace it with solid obsidian or like black metal. Literal black metal with spikes at the top, like the Cathedral of Notre Dame. That's what I would do. Like, cause you gotta make sure that you let them know, right? And marble, like dark black marble. Exactly, bro. That'd be fucking badass. We gotta have more shit like that. Tungsten? Yeah, exactly. It'd be really heavy, but it's okay. Warhammer 40k style? Exactly. You gotta let people know that's what's going on, right?
Once claiming that this viral gym beating was just self-defense, but now he's pleaded guilty, and that's just one of the criminal cases he's currently facing.
Convicted felon Wesley Watson, known online as Wes, promotes himself as a motivational speaker and fitness influencer. Now he has another conviction on his record.
You would be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. You would be sentenced to 21 months state prison with credit for all time served, which would be followed by 7 years of probation.
Yeah, so do you remember when this was supposedly self-defense? Well, about that, if you've watched any of my previous videos on Wes Watson, you probably remember this whole gym fight that has been dragging on for over a year at this point. Every update was basically the same story. His lawyers argued self-defense. They argued that the other guy, he came to the gym to confront Wes, and they argued that the victim was actually the aggressor. And look, whether someone, I guess, intentionally goes looking for confrontation, that's one thing. But obviously, there's a completely different way to handle that situation besides, I don't know, taking your weightlifting belt off and turning your gym into a WWE arena. But I guess after months of hearing about self-defense, we finally get a major update because Wes Watson has now pleaded guilty to aggravated battery in connection with that viral gym beating, which is a pretty significant change in the strategy. So normally, when you actually spend months telling everyone, actually, guys, I was just defending myself, this was self-defense. The next step is, you know, normally proving that in court, not walking in and saying, well, actually, never mind, I plead guilty. So that's an interesting change in stance, but also to be clear, his attorney is still arguing the man deliberately traveled from New Jersey to confront Wes because of his online fame. But we'll get into all that in a minute because it's still an important part of the story. But regardless of how the confrontation started, this case is no longer headed towards a trial over whether Wes committed aggravated battery or not. He actually admitted guilt. And now the fight isn't really about whether he did it, it's about how much prison time he's going to receive. So let's talk about what happened, why this guilty plea matters, and why this might actually be the least of Wes Watson's legal problems right now. Because unfortunately for him, he has way worse problems awaiting now. I don't even know how that's possible. But here's the quick version if you haven't been following the story up until now. So back in December 2024, Wes was actually working out at an Elevation Fitness in Miami when another man by the name of Hakeem Ibrahim showed up at the gym specifically to confront him. And according to the defense, Ibrahim had flown from New Jersey because of Wes's online presence and wanted to fight. That's been the backbone of what Wes's legal strategy was from the beginning. And honestly, if somebody books a flight just to argue with an influencer at the gym, that's already one of the dumbest vacation itineraries I've heard of, but hey, here we are. I know a lot of people are going to say, wait, didn't you just do that? Well, that wasn't a vacation. That was just my job. I'll leave it there. But also, I will never get physical with anything. I will just ask people questions. That's about it. Regardless, this confrontation escalated quickly, and investigators say that Ibrahim set up his phone to record the interaction, approached Wes, and at one point pushed him. Then, according to police, Wes took off his weightlifting belt and repeatedly struck him with it. Authorities also allege that after the victim went to the ground, he was punched and kicked by Wes and several other men until a gym employee stepped in to actually stop the attack. And the victim was left with a fractured face, a concussion, and other injuries. And here's where the part that I've always found very interesting about this case happened, because the entire argument has always been about what happened
and after that first interaction. Because obviously there's a pretty big difference between defending yourself and continuing to attack someone after the immediate threat has ended. And that's ultimately what the prosecutors believed happened here.
I don't think there was any dispute at the beginning of this that Wes was initially able to use force. The tricky part of this case is, when does that force need to be exercised and stopped? And perhaps at this point, he went a bit too far.
Perhaps? Okay, so after more than a year of this case moving through the courts, Wes has now pleaded guilty to aggravated battery instead of, I guess, taking that argument all the way to trial. And a guilty plea changes the conversation completely. So instead of asking a jury, was this self-defense, you're now standing in court admitting to guilt to aggravated battery and shifting the focus to sentencing. So for months, this case looked like it was heading towards a courtroom battle over who started the fight, whether Wes had the right to defend himself, and whether Florida's self-defense laws applied here. Now, prosecutors and the defense are negotiating over how much time Wes should spend behind bars. And I guess under a proposed plea agreement, prosecutors are recommending a sentence of 21 months in prison, with credit for the time he's currently served. And then on top of that, that's also followed by 7 years of probation and court-ordered mental health treatment. And I will have to admit, after seeing the mental health treatment part, that kind of had me stumped for a second, because what do you mean? Has he been wrong all along? Because remember, he's essentially a mental health coach, and now he needs mental health treatment? So if you've watched, like, I don't know, 5 minutes of Wes's content over the past couple of years, his solution to any mental health problem seemingly was wake up earlier, yell louder, and do more burpees. You just gotta be accountable of your own life and your own actions. That's essentially what he was beating into people. Clearly, he was also physically beating people. So overall, as a mental health coach and alpha male mentor, skill issue. But also, before anyone thinks, okay, 21 months in prison and thinks, okay, well, that's the sentence, it's not really that simple, because the plea agreement includes recommendations from the prosecutors, but Wes isn't actually scheduled to be sentenced until later this month. So his attorneys are reportedly planning to continue meeting with the prosecutors in an effort to get an even shorter prison sentence before that hearing, which I have to admire the confidence, because you're already looking at a deal that includes credit for the time you've spent in jail, and the response is basically, hey, can we make that prison sentence a little bit shorter, please? Like, I get it. Why not swing for the fences? But also, it's not like he's not facing any other criminal problems, because while this case is getting a little bit closer to the finish line, Wes still has another criminal case pending in Broward County. And that's the one involving the allegations of domestic violence, and along with charges including felony battery, aggravated assault, and witness tampering. And those charges are still pending, and Wes has pleaded not guilty in that case. So even if this plea agreement goes exactly the way his attorneys hope, this isn't the end of his legal problems. This is kind of like checking one thing off of that to-do list, a very long to-do list. And a couple of years ago, this guy's entire brand, again, was built around telling people that he has completely turned around his life after prison. All he had to do was have a little bit of mental discipline, and he was taking these extremely expensive coaching programs and sitting on calls and also pawning off these calls, allegedly, to essentially sell people on the fact that he has the secret sauce to fixing your life and making $1 bazillion. Clearly it doesn't, and it seems like he was a grifter all along. Who would have thought? So now we're sitting here talking about multiple felony cases at the same time, and that's really not exactly that comeback story he was really selling. But there's also another side of the story that's a little bit easy to lose sight of when we spend so much time talking about court dates and plea agreements. So there's still a victim at the center of all this. So according to his attorneys, Hakeem Ibrahim suffered multiple facial fractures, injuries to his teeth and jaw, and a concussion during the attack. So following a guilty plea, attorneys representing Ibrahim released a statement calling it an important step towards accountability. They also made it clear that they're not finished, because even though the criminal case is moving forward towards sentencing, the civil lawsuit against Wes Watson is still moving forward. And those two are completely different things. So the criminal case is about whether the state believes a crime was committed and what punishment should follow. And the civil case is about whether the victim is entitled to financial compensation for what happened.
The victim filed a civil lawsuit seeking $50,000 in damages against the gym and Watson. Today, Watson's civil attorney says this case should be dismissed.
So this guilty plea doesn't just affect what happens on July 17th. It could also become an important part on the civil case that's still working its way through the courts. And honestly, that's just another reason why guilty plea surprised me, because obviously for months, this conversation was about proving this was self-defense. Like, you don't usually spend over a year saying, just wait until everyone hears my side, and then end the case with, well, actually, I plead guilty. Something's just not adding up here. I guess he's just out of options, honestly. That's probably what's going on. Like, there are plenty of reasons why defendants accept plea deals, and I'm not gonna pretend that I know exactly why Wes decided to do this. And obviously, there's that other case, the one tied to the alleged domestic violence incident involving his girlfriend. So according to investigators, she suffered also visible injuries, including bruising, cuts, and an alleged assault inside of the home. So the two cases don't really prove a good track record for him. But police also allege that she was physically restrained, dragged by her hair, struck multiple times, and prevented from leaving the residence. So I mean, again, if all of this is true, the dude is a monster. So even after this guilty plea, his legal troubles are way far from over. In fact, the Broward County case could end up being a way bigger case. But for now, all eyes, I guess, are on the sentencing hearing. So if a judge accepts the recommended deal, again, Wes is expected to receive 21 months in prison, with credit for time he's already served, followed by 7 years of probation and a court-ordered mental health treatment. But again, shout out to John Bravo for breaking this and being an extremely good source to the whole story. And it'll definitely be interesting to see what kind of sentence this guy ends up getting. But without further ado, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace. They lost a $200,000 home because of a $2,000 tax bill that they might have not even owed. What? Yes, this is a real thing that happened to this Michigan family, and their fight has now reached the highest court in the country. And this story genuinely had me stumped for a second, because every time I thought I kind of figured out what was going on, more details came out, and I was like, okay, what's going on here? So apparently it all starts with a tax bill of just $2,241.93. Not $22,000, not $222,000, just $2,241. And somehow that number eventually led to a Michigan family losing a home that had been assessed for tax purposes at nearly $200,000. So obviously, if you're thinking, okay, there's got to be more to the story, yeah, you're absolutely right, because there is a whole lot more to the story. So this whole case revolves around the Pung family and their house in Isabella County, Michigan. 35 years ago, Timothy Scott Pung bought a 3-bedroom house where he and his wife raised their family. According to the Pacific Legal Foundation, which now represents the family, the house gave them exactly what most people hope for when they buy a house: stability, memories, and something to pass on to the next generation. So after Scott unexpectedly passed away in 2004, and his wife later on passed away in 2008, Scott's son Mark continued living in the home with his own wife and young child. So far, incredibly sad story, but at least it was a home that could stay within the family and keep family memories alive. But the problems didn't start until after the county decided the family no longer qualified for something called Michigan's principal residence exemption. Basically, it's a tax exemption that's available for qualifying primary residences, and the Pung family believed the exemption should continue because family members were still living in the home. But unfortunately, the local tax assessor disagreed. So now, this wasn't just like one of those situations where someone shrugged and said, fine, whatever. No, the family actually challenged the decision before the Michigan Tax Tribunal, and they actually won. So according to the tribunal, because family members and beneficiaries of the estate continued living in the house, they didn't have to file additional paperwork to keep the exemption. So, at that point you would think, okay, everyone just packs up their legal folders and, continues on with life. Maybe an awkward handshake or two. I don't know. But apparently, no, that didn't happen. So according to court filings, the assessor denied the exemption again anyway? What? How could they do that? So the Pacific Legal Foundation even points to a testimony where, after being reminded about the earlier ruling, the assessor responded, I don't care what he says, the law says that you do. What about the ruling? What? This is the problem with the story. So much of it just doesn't make sense. It just seems so incredibly unfair to the family. What kind of government official responds like that after losing? That just doesn't make sense whatsoever. But from there, the dispute snowballed out of control. The family says the county treated the property as delinquent over a tax bill that they never should have owed in the first place. So Isabella County, meanwhile, argues that the family had years to resolve the issue, received repeated notices, and failed to pay the taxes the county believed were due. So right away, you've got two completely different versions of the same story. And unfortunately for the Pungs, while everyone was arguing about who was right, the foreclosure process just kept moving forward. Now, before we get to the Supreme Court, we need to talk about what actually happened to the house, because this is where the numbers start looking very bizarre. So the county eventually foreclosed on the property over what had grown into about $2,241 in tax debt. And remember, this wasn't some abandoned house that's been sitting empty for like 20 years. No, Mark Pung, his wife, and their young child were living there, and they were ultimately evicted from the house. Then Isabella County put the property up for public auction. I can only imagine how frustrating this is. Property tax rate in Isabella County. Wow, that's a high property tax rate, 1.36. Essentially, it seems like they're foreclosing on the house for 1 year of property tax. That's quick. Unfortunately, I think this is one of those situations where you kind of just have to pay that property tax and appeal it and then wait for the appeal process to go through, you know, so you just don't lose your house, because I can only imagine being displaced from your house would cost a whole lot more than that tax bill. What an overall nightmare for the family, though. But it gets so much worse because, you know, the house, which the county had assessed for tax purposes at roughly $200,000, it sold for $76,000. The house sold for 40% of its assessed value. Now, obviously, before anyone jumps to the comments saying like, well, that's assessed value, that's not the same as market value, you're absolutely right. They're not identical. So counties themselves will tell you that the tax assessments don't reflect on what a home would sell for on the open market. But here's the part that made a lot of people raise some eyebrows, because, you know, about 18 months after buying the house in that auction, a new owner sold it again, this time for $200,000, back to what the house was, you know, assessed for when they got hit with that property tax bill. So that difference is nearly, you know, $119,000 between buying it and obviously it was bought by a flipper. But I digress. After the Supreme Court's 2023 decision in Tyler v. Hennepin County, which we'll get into in a minute what that really is, the county couldn't keep every dollar from the sale. Instead, the Pung family ultimately received about $73,000, which was essentially the auction price minus the taxes and other amounts the county said were owed. But the family argued that this wasn't enough. They were saying, give us the whole $195,000, because they were saying, if you're going to take our home, you shouldn't get to value it at one number for tax purposes, sell it for far less at a government auction, and then tell us that that low auction price is all it's worth. In other words, they believe they should be compensated based on what the home was actually worth, not what happened to come out of a foreclosure auction. And that's essentially the question that eventually landed in front of the United States Supreme Court. So when the government takes and sells your home, what exactly counts as just compensation under the Constitution? And to understand why this case ended up in front of a Supreme Court, we kind of have to rewind a couple of years, because this wasn't exactly the first time that justices had actually dealt with a case like this. Because in 2023, the Supreme Court unanimously decided a case called Tyler v. Hennepin County, which is the one I mentioned earlier. That case involved a 94-year-old Minnesota woman named Geraldine Tyler, who lost her condo over unpaid property taxes. Here, the county sold her property for about $40,000. And the problem was that only around $15,000 of that money was actually needed to cover those taxes, penalties, and interest, and I guess costs. So I guess the government just decided to keep the rest. So thankfully, property for about $40,000. And the problem was that only around $15,000 of that money was actually needed to cover with a case like this. Because in 2023, the Supreme Court unanimously decided a case called Tyler v. Hennepin County, which is the one I mentioned earlier. That case involved a 94-year-old Minnesota woman named Geraldine Tyler, who lost her condo over unpaid property taxes. Here, the county sold her property for about $40,000. And the problem was that only around $15,000 of that money was actually needed to cover those taxes, penalties, and interest, and I guess costs. So I guess the government just decided to keep the rest. So thankfully, the Supreme Court looked at that and unanimously said, no, that's not acceptable. So justice after justice agreed that while the government has the power to collect unpaid taxes, it can't use a tax debt as an excuse to take more property than what it's owed. Or as Forbes said it, Tyler established basically the government can collect taxes, but it cannot use a tax debt as an excuse to take more property than it's owed. And obviously, this was a huge property rights victory. So when the Pungs brought their case, everyone naturally assumed that it would be another Tyler case, except it wasn't. See, after Tyler, Isabella County didn't keep every penny from the auction. The county returned the surplus proceeds from the sale, roughly, $73,766 after subtracting the tax debt. So the legal question I guess, changed. Instead of asking, can the government keep the extra money, the Pungs were asking, what if the auction itself produces a stupidly low price? Like if your home is actually worth close to $200,000, but a tax foreclosure auction only brings in $76,000, should the Constitution require the government to compensate you based on what your home was really worth? Or is the auction price good enough? And believe it or not, there wasn't a clear answer to that question, because that's why this case made it all the way to the highest court in the country. So what did the Supreme Court actually decide? Well, if you've seen some of the headlines, you might think the court basically said, yeah, the government can sell your house for whatever it gets at auction. So that's not exactly what happened. So writing for a unanimous Supreme Court, Justice Samuel Alito said that if a tax auction is ran fairly, the government doesn't have to pay the former owner what the home was worth on the open market. Instead, the court said the starting point is usually whatever the home actually sold for at auction, not what it might have been worth under different circumstances. But there's one part of that decision that's really important. The court kept saying if the sale is fairly conducted. So yeah, that's not really a slam dunk for either side. The Pungs lost on the argument that homeowners should automatically receive fair market value, but they won something pretty important too. So their case isn't over. And this is obviously despite all the headlines saying the Supreme Court ruled against the family. That's, I guess, only half the story. Because the biggest question, the one that's specific to this foreclosure, is waiting to be answered. And then, of course, you get to the part about the opinion that made me do a double take. Now, even though the Supreme Court ruled against the Pungs and the big question they brought to Washington, there was still something that really stood out to me. Some of the justices basically said, hang on, we're not saying everything that happened here is okay. So apparently Justice Clarence Thomas pointed out that the Pungs had already won part of their fight over the tax exemption, but the foreclosure still happened anyway. So Thomas wrote, what Isabella County did to the Pungs was wrong, and on my initial view, likely unconstitutional. And that's a pretty big thing to hear from a Supreme Court justice. So if you're sitting here wondering, wait, if one of the justices think this was, likely unconstitutional, how did the family lose? Well, the Supreme Court wasn't deciding on whether Isabella County handled this foreclosure correctly. It was answering a different question. The question was, if a tax auction is fair, does the Constitution require the government to pay someone based on what their house might have sold for on an open market? The court said no, but it also said it wasn't deciding whether this auction was actually fair or not. That's now going back to lower courts. So the next fight is about whether Isabella County's foreclosure and auction were fair enough in the first place. To me, it doesn't seem like the foreclosure is fair, especially based on the earlier ruling they seemingly ignored. But I guess no matter where you land on this case, the numbers are hard to ignore here. So you have a disputed $2,000 tax bill, a house in a county that's valued roughly at $200,000. Then obviously the county seized that house from them. They foreclosed on it. Then they sold it on an auction. It sold for $76,000 on an auction to most likely some flipper who then sold the house again for the market value of about $195,000 about a year and a half later. Now, obviously, I don't know the details. This guy could have put a whole bunch of work into the house. And then, of course, it was a year and a half later. So, real estate markets in the US have generally trended upwards, but they haven't trended up enough to where it's going from $76,000 to $200,000. I mean, that is a crazy increase right there. So he must have put a lot of work into it, or he just got one hell of a steal in auction and must spill a house in a county. But it also said it wasn't deciding whether this auction was actually fair or not. That's now going back to lower courts. So the next fight is about whether Isabella County's foreclosure and auction were fair enough in the first place. To me, it doesn't seem like the foreclosure is fair, especially based on the earlier ruling they seemingly ignored. But I guess no matter where you land on this case, the numbers are hard to ignore here. So you have a disputed $2,000 tax bill, a house in a county that's valued roughly at $200,000. Then obviously the county seized that house from them. They foreclosed on it. Then they sold it on an auction. It sold for $76,000 on an auction to most likely some flipper who then sold the house again for the market value of about $195,000 about a year and a half later. Now, obviously, I don't know the details. This guy could have put a whole bunch of work into the house. And then, of course, it was a year and a half later. So ignore here. So you have a disputed. Doesn't seem like the foreclosure is fair, especially based on the earlier ruling they seemingly ignored. But I guess no matter where you land on this case, the numbers are hard to ignore here. So you have a disputed $2,000 tax bill, a house in a county that's valued roughly at $200,000. Then obviously the county seized that house from them. They foreclosed on it. Then they sold it on an auction. It sold for $76,000 on an auction to most likely some flipper who then sold the house again for the market value of about $195,000 about a year and a half later. Now, obviously, I don't know the details. This guy could have put a whole bunch of work into the house. And then, of course, it was a year and a half later. So hard to ignore here. So you have a disputed $2,000 tax bill, a house in a county that's valued roughly at $200,000. Then, obviously, the county seized that house from them. They foreclosed on it. Then they sold it on an auction. It sold for $76,000 on an auction to most likely some flipper who then sold the house again for the market value of about $195,000 about a year and a half later. Now, obviously, I don't know the details. This guy could have put a whole bunch of work into the house. And then, of course, it was a year and a half later. So, you know, real estate markets in the US have generally trended upwards, but they haven't trended up enough to where it's like, you know, going from $76,000 to $200,000. I mean, that is a crazy increase right there. So he must have put a lot of work into it, or he just got one hell of a steal in auction and that house is actually worth $200,000. And that's kind of what the family was alleging here. There's just a whole bunch of variables in this case, but it's just hard to not come to the conclusion that the Pungs were done wrong by the county here. But hey, let me know what you think in the comments down below. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
Hello, guys and gals. Why are they ruining everyone else, right? Now look, a lot of politicians will come around and drop stuff like 80% of children 12 to 17 have been exposed to pornography on the internet. This is a national crisis hiding in plain sight. I introduced the Screen Act. And here's the thing, it's great that you want to protect kids, but you should be educating parents to parent their child. Look, kids are not just born and handed fucking phones, okay? It's not how it works. I feel, listen, even though that I don't necessarily agree with this, I think if you're going to a store to purchase a fucking iPhone or an Android phone or a computer or whatever, maybe at that point, if the government wants, have the person at the register look at my ID. Kind of like when I go to a bar sometimes and they ask me for, hey, can I see your ID before I give you a fucking before I give you like a beer or something? Maybe do something like that, okay? Maybe something of that nature needs to happen. I wouldn't be opposed to some customer sales rep looking at my identification once, ticking a box on their purchase sale saying, hey, this guy's above 18, and then selling me my iPhone, right? But even if you're a parent buying your kid a phone, okay, that's up to you, man. Like, what the fuck? So basically, what this law allows Texas to basically do is effectively Apple and Google, because Google runs the Play Store, Apple runs the App Store, which is, at least if you're in the North American region like me, the App Store is the only legitimate way, aside from third-party fucking side loading, right? Like, hey, I have an Apple account, $99 a year, let me install a few apps here and there. No, the App Store is legitimately the only way for you to, that's the only way for you to extend functionality to your iPhone device beyond just what gets built out of the system. So basically, those guys are commercially responsible to create methods to identify an individual's age. So under the law, accounts belonging to minors must be linked to a parent or guardian account. Before a minor may download an app, the parent or guardian must receive notice of the app's age rating and provide approval, which can already be done underneath an iPhone with a minor attached to your family, okay? This is already something that can be done. It's just the parent has to put in the extra 2 seconds to set it up. The law helps parents make informed decisions about the digital content that they allow their children to access. So basically, this only applies to app downloads and purchases by minors. So it sounds kind of fucking dandy until, again, you take the 4 picoseconds to realize the only way this shit is going to ever work is if every account is designated a minor to start, and in order for you to download applications, or, I don't know, do any basic activities on your fucking phone, you have to go to Apple and do an age verification check. Now, whether that be registering a credit card, which is probably the least painful, or whether that be handing over your driver's license or a photo of your fucking passport or something, getting added to some goddamn registry, getting added to an entire account that now has you completely fucking doxxed, That is the unfortunate future. And I think ultimately, look, aside from all the kids, because here's the thing, people are like, don't you care about the kids? Dog, I don't give a fuck about any of them kids. I only care about my kids at this point, okay? Simple as that. I feel like if you're a parent and you're making a child, it's up to you to secure your fucking kid on the internet. I grew up with the internet. You know what my parents fucking did when I was a kid? They put the computer, the family fucking computer, in the living room, okay? My dad was watching fucking cricket on TV. He would look over the other way and be like, oh, are you in a chat room, son? What are you talking about there, son? Or wait, are those people, do you know those people? My dad would be a hawk, okay? He would watch over what we were doing. Why? Because my dad was a dad that was like, shit, I don't want my kid getting molested on the internet. Better make sure he's not talking to some crazy child predators on the internet. You know what my school taught me in Canada? By the way, guys, if you ever talk to somebody online, never meet them in reality, okay? All right, I feel like very basic cyber, very basic cyber safety tips are just not being taught anymore. And is the world a little bit different today? Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? But ultimately, at the end of the day, parents, you have to also up your game and watch over little Timmy, okay? The state should not be using your baby as an excuse to invoke mass surveillance laws, to invoke all of these fucking things that can genuinely affect the future of the internet, okay? Right now, we're looking, remember, this whole thing started because we didn't want kids watching, pornography. Now it's extended to every social media site you can imagine, anything that might even have a hint of adult content, something that the government could consider one day to not be appropriate to minors for whatever vague reason can be restricted or heavily censored in algorithms and feeds around us, right? That's the world we're fucking enabling. Now, unfortunately, in this case, obviously, the Supreme Court basically declined to block this law. Now, remember, the Supreme Court of the United States is the highest court in all of the country. So to give you guys an understanding of how this sort of works, basically, the Supreme Court, being the highest level of law in the country, so let's imagine, right? Let's say that you're like the state of Mississippi, for instance, right? I'm just picking this as an example. Let's say they invoke a law that is against the US Constitution, right? Something that limits your free speech. This whole Texas bill could be considered a limitation of somebody's free speech and free access to the ability to, again, invoke their speech on like third-party platforms. Again, you make a law that's going against free speech. I guess for argument's sake, right? For the extreme end. Imagine if Mississippi made a law where it's like, you're now allowed to, I guess, purchase, I guess you're allowed to ban, or you're allowed to ban, say, Japanese people from like major cities, right? Insane law, right? Obviously very racist, very insane. Wouldn't make sense. So the Supreme Court, from my understanding, kind of jumps in, and they're like, whoa, hold on, we checked this against the law of the land, and there ain't no fucking way you can ban Japanese people or limit anybody's free speech. That doesn't work. That's not okay. And basically, they axe out the law. It gets completely removed. You don't have to, even if the law exists, the Supreme Court basically invalidated it for the rest of the country. And I was kind of hoping, when it came to a lot of these age verification laws, that at the end of the day, even if, let's say, every fucking state passes it, right? Texas, California, New York, whatever, in varying different degrees, eventually the Supreme Court would come by and go, this is, like, not okay. This is absolutely bad. And because of their ruling being the supreme law of the land, that would actually be a domino effect to negatively strike a lot of these shitty age verification laws. Unfortunately, the opposite has happened, right? Texas, because they didn't get their shit completely revoked, or I guess they argued it better to the Supreme Court, kind of strengthens the case for all of the other things passing through. And remember, we have a federal one kind of coming through the fucking bill, like the Screen Act, for crying out loud. So yeah, again, it's not something that I'm totally okay with. It's not something, obviously, that I'm happy to even relay. But I think the only way to actually get by this is, again, to educate people about why these bills are bad, why they're ineffective, and ultimately the real agendas to why the stuff is being passed. Like, it doesn't matter who you fucking vote for. At the end of the day, every aisle of the world's governments are agreeing that getting rid of your encryption, getting rid of your privacy and safety, invoking all this mass surveillance is kind of the push that a lot of these governments and people want to make a reality in the world, right? I don't want to get into this whole, it's part of Project 2030, Project 2028, 2029. At the end of the day, mass control and mass surveillance is ultimately the goal of a lot of these government agencies anyways. You probably also noticed that, listen, there were even situations where starting July 7th, every car that is being sold in places like the EU are now introducing something known as an advanced driver distraction warning. So basically, they're going to have cameras and sensors in the car to detect if you're somebody distracted behind the wheel, right? Are you looking away too long? They're basically going to invoke some level of surveillance in your vehicle. Now, on the surface level, actually ain't that bad of an idea, right? A lot of people die by drinking and driving, right? But are we okay with cameras and sensors being in a vehicle, recording God knows what, sending it to where? Now, when I was looking a little bit deeper into this, ultimately, the big thing about this is that the regulations now, ever since we bitched, they made something known as a closed loop, meaning that basically the data that your vehicle processes to make sure that you're awake and attentive does not leave the vehicle or is transmitted to any automobile manufacturer, its servers, or any third party. Basically, your system, your vehicle should be able to process all of that data and make the decisions without it ever leaving the system. Now, ultimately, the issues here is that there are no independent audits or mechanisms to ensure that those systems actually do run on a closed loop. We basically have to trust the fucking companies at it. And allow me to explain what the issue is with trusting the companies, okay? 5 years ago, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but there was an app called Flow Health, right? Now, Flow Health was basically this application that allowed women to keep track of their periods, okay? Now, I'm sure that there's no women watching this channel, but if you are, okay, you have a period, probably, okay? You have a monthly cycle. You probably use something to track it, like an app. Well, it turns out the period app that women were using, well, they were just selling that shit to like Facebook. They were selling information without their consent, without their knowledge, over to Facebook, over to Meta, through a hidden tracking API in the app, okay? So women who were fucking menstruating, ovulating, all their pregnancy attempts, all that shit was getting sent over. You know, it's one of those reasons why if you're like a chick watching this, right, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, you can't trust any of these motherfucking corpos, bro, okay? All of this stuff is basically there for mass surveillance, and it's also allowing these big tech companies to get more and more invasive into our shit. Do you think that tech companies aren't fucking kind of getting a little bit of an erection right now that's probably lasting longer than 24 fucking hours? If they can get access to your personal information, if they can finally have government mandated doxed accounts that they're actually relaying to their advertisers, right? Imagine having the ability to say everybody that downloads Facebook, right, on their iPhones is like a actual every account has now been like verified through a driver's ID, okay? And not just that, imagine if Facebook isn't collecting the age range of a child themselves, but they can query the API from like Apple or Google or see what age range is downloading the app on their devices. Imagine just for a second what they would do with all of that information, right? It's disgusting, it's deplorable, and it's one of the reasons why I do self-hosting all the time. I fuck with open source stuff, even on the topic of periods. If you're a woman, use something like Drip, for instance, right? Which is an application that is open source, something that you can actually look at the literal like code of yourself and verify that these people aren't tracking your periods in a fucking nefarious way. You know what I mean? But look, I think it's kind of insane that laws are being passed where, again, to go back to the iPhone, right? I do not have Facebook installed on my phone, right? I have like FaceTime and I have my beautiful significant other there, okay? That's, oh my God, I do not want to call her in the middle of work. But the idea is I don't use Facebook. I don't fuck with it. I don't fucking engage with it, right? But now, because of Facebook, because of these shitty platforms, because of these shitty laws, if I want to download any other application, like a fucking SSH tool for crying out loud, like a Terminator tool on my phone, right? Or terminal tool. I need to now provide my ID to get just basic functionality on a fucking phone, man. Like, dog, what are we doing anymore, you know? So again, wake up, rise up, and again, the only way to really combat this is to actually call your representative, okay? Like, actually write to your representative. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So, for instance, if you're in the state of California, you can go to findyourreplegislature.ca.gov, or you can just search for your state and find your representatives. And over here, you can put in your address, your city, your zip. This is a government website for crying out loud. So, again, you're just here to find who represents you and then write them an email, okay? And again, what's fucked up is that only Americans can kind of do this because ultimately you guys are the ones running most of the tech companies in the world. So really, if Americans don't fight, the whole world fucking loses, okay? that's kind of the state we're at. So I implore you, I beg you, yeah, I'll fuck up. I'll do the homeland. I'll suck your fucking dick at this point, okay? Just fucking call your boys and tell them this is stupid. If we can somehow get this shit turned around and the internet back to the free bastion we once really honestly took for granted. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar. And if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike the dislike it. I am out. Losing to individuals that are like, leaving fucking Burger King bags on their ground, okay? It's just how the internet kind of works, right? Now, whether those people on the internet, the new people, are giving real legitimate information is obviously the question of debate. But it's obviously understandable the government is pissing and shitting itself that their old media is just not being watched anymore because it sucks, because people have lost sight into it. There's a lot of individuals that don't trust the old media, right? For instance, if you ever play a Cyberpunk video game, I've been replaying Cyberpunk for the 900th time. There's a news station called N54 News, and it basically is the premier news network in the universe, but obviously
Let's go again! You're laughing because it hasn't happened yet. Let's go again! You're laughing because it hasn't happened yet.
Leave her alone, mate.
Let me touch your girlfriend. Get away from her.
Oh my god.
The guy's ex left him for 2 other guys, leaving him stuck paying money for himself. By the time he moved out, he was broke with nowhere to go. He secretly lived in a company warehouse. This right here is what you call peak performance. This right here is absolute peak performance. I love it. That's a nice setup. It sure is. The guy's ex left him for 2 other guys, leaving him stuck paying money for himself. By the time he moved out, he was broke with nowhere to go. He secretly lived in a company warehouse. This right here is what you call peak performance. This right.
Did we go to the moon? Did we just fly around the moon? Did we just fly around the moon?
We did not go to the
We've
moon.
not been to
I
the
don't
moon.
believe it.
Did we just fly around it?
We have not even flown
I
near
think it's
it.
all fake.
Why?
Because
I don't understand why. It's not
It's
that
fake.
difficult.
Even the bus dude said that it was
It's not that
bullshit.
difficult though.
The bus
to
dude?
go up, Elon.
It
all
is.
In Brownsville, where he's launching rockets like every
It's
3
fake.
days. That's
It's
all fake.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going up, but they're not going that high up.
What the? So all the satellites where I'm getting my Starlink internet.
Yeah, it's all fake.
So the internet I'm getting is fake. Where's it coming from?
No, your internet might be real, but like I don't. But it doesn't change the
She
fact
thinks
that
You see, like, yeah, you fucking idiot.
Idea of space.
you think we just got cell phones. You think we could go to the moon and take videos?
Yes, it's not that
Yeah.
difficult to go up
But it's that
in
difficult.
gravity.
But it all.
Like it
see, I
isn't
don't
that
really
crazy.
know how-
Like yes, it's difficult for us to
I love how what is she's talking about? How, like, I don't know about that gravity thing.
be 100% safe, but it's not actually that
But
crazy.
it is. It is.
I mean, I think
No, it's
some of these
not.
conspiracy
It
theories
is.
can be true because if you look at the way 9/11 happened, right, and
Oh, that was
why
an
we
inside
It's never just one. You either get nothing or you get the full menu.
of Afghanistan, and things happened in Afghanistan that didn't make any fucking sense. Like, you have people there, dude. Like, we're not out there just like fighting a war, somebody trying to kill us, right? We showed up, trying
Yeah.
to fix their shit. They got pissed off at us. Now we're fighting back and forth. Obviously, we're gone from there now, right? But
What does this have to do with the moon? Wait, what?
because here's what I think on
Okay.
that aspect of things, right? It's like 9/11.
We ain't fucking serious right now. Get the fuck out and push that motherfucking kid in, bro. Hold up, give me 1 second, bro. Give me 1 second. He can't even do it. He can't even do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, that kid is gonna be in the NFL one day. He's getting scouted. Yeah, he's gonna get scouted out of middle school.
Bruh, I know we ain't fucking serious right now. Get the fuck out and push that motherfucking kid in, bro. Hold
Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh. Not the sax again? Does the saxophone annoy people? I don't know. I don't really care. Holy shit. It does? Huh. Okay, that's weird. Doesn't bother me. Oh my god. So they, well.
He hired his friend to design his home.
How do I open the door? It's a sliding door. Has to go up.
I want that door.
What?
He tries to use the bathroom. This house needs a manual.
This reminds me of Crimson Desert. This makes me think, dude, this is the exact way that I felt playing Crimson Desert. Holy fuck. Oh my, dude. Plug it in.
This friend is very talented.
Yeah, Crimson Desert. Yep.
Then he turns on the fan. But
thank God, bro. Like, how am I supposed to watch the TV? No. 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 Oh my God.
He hired his friend to design his home.
How do I open the door? It's a sliding door. Has to go up.
I want that door.
What?
He tries to use the bathroom. He hired his friend.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, man. Oh, bro. That's what happens. Man. Oh, dude. He's so upset. Look at his fucking face. Oh my God. He's so sad. What's wrong? What's wrong? Nah, bro. I have the Trump card. You get a If England wins tonight against Mexico, I'll do whatever the top comment says. Make a video of your dad telling you that he's Also, look at this. Canadians booed the American.
Why do you think your son is conservative?
Also, look at
Did we go to the moon?
The guy's ex, Asmongold, and his wife.
Bruh.
Well, well.
He hired his friend to design his home.
How do I open the door? It's a sliding door.
This house needs a manual.
This reminds me of Crimson Desert. This makes me think, dude, this is the exact way that I felt playing Crimson Desert. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Dude. Nah, bro, I have the trump card. You get a red card. If England wins tonight against Mexico, I'll do whatever the top comment says. Make a video of your dad telling you that he's... Oh my god. If England wins tonight against Mexico, I'll do whatever the top comment... Also, look at this. Canadians booed the American flag before the U.S. opened its World Cup. This is an actual scene from Supergirl.
Supergirl is the... Supergirl is the... Supergirl is the...
Look at that, dude. Oh my god. It's actually so bad. How have we gone back in time with CGI so much?
Watch carefully as I change the color of my tie. That was sick, but I bet you didn't notice the two guys kissing in the background. Watch carefully as I change the color of my tie.
Record-breaking fireworks for America's 250th. Here we go. Look at all these. Oh my god. Jesus. Look at them all. This is all for 4th of July? Holy fuck, man. Did this for 45 minutes straight? Yo, fuck climate change. We're done with that shit. Oh man. Largest display of fireworks in US history. That is insane. Jesus. That is wild. Record-breaking fireworks for America's 250th. Here we go. Look at all these. Even potatoes look good with makeup. Wow. That's crazy. I cleaned up my entire bedroom. Like, look at that. Oh my god. There it is. So I cleaned up my entire bedroom. Like, look at that. Oh my god. There it is. So this is the first time, by the way, you see that? That's... I cleaned up my entire bedroom. Like, look at that. Oh my god. There it is. So this is the first time, by the way, you see that? That's called the floor. That's the floor. Look at that. That's the floor down there. People didn't even know this existed. I put this up over there, and so now you don't have the, there's no more blood wall. Blood wall's gone. Did you paint the walls? Nope. I just put a poster over them. That's it. I cleaned up my entire bedroom. Like, look at that. Oh, Grandpa bought a PS5. There it is. What's he playing? Damn. Damn, Civ? Oh, wow. Is that Civ? I don't really know. Civ 5? Is that right? Okay, that's based. He's gonna be old? Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm old, like, I'm already doing this now. Like, I already play video games all the time now. It's great. I love it. The only thing that I get sad about is that I know that one day, like right now, I'm still good enough to beat games on hard modes, but one day I'll probably get so old I'll actually suck and I won't be able to do it. Like, no, barely, but I can barely do it now. I can barely do it. And I've seen this. I've seen this.
Oh dear. I'm so sorry, sir. I will fix it immediately.
No!
That's okay. Are you sure?
Yep.
Guys, we really don't need to do that.
Oh dear. I'm so sorry, sir. I will fix it immediately.
No!
That's okay. Are you sure?
Yep.
Asmongold, if he had been born a decade later, I would have never had this hair. I would have never had this hair, not in a million years. Absolutely fucking not. No. Asmongold, if he had been born a decade later, I would have never had this hair. I would have never had this hair, not in a million years. Absolutely fucking not. No. Asmongold, if he had been born a decade later, I would have never had this hair. I would have never had this hair, not in a million years. Absolutely fucking not. No. Asmongold, if he had been born a decade later, I would have never had this hair. I would have never had this hair, not in a million years. Absolutely fucking not. No. Asmongold, if he had been born a decade later, I would have never had this hair. I would have never had this hair, not in a million years. Absolutely fucking not. No.
We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line.
Established media is not really giving the most accurate or the most truthful information to the person, right? And I think because of many case examples of this over the last several years, obviously people have lost their faith. You can poll individuals all you want, but a lot of people will get their information from independent sources on the internet. Now, independent journalism is kind of like a mixed bag. There's a lot of great people out there, and there's a lot of individuals that'll give you fucking misinformation. For me, back when I was growing up as a kid, one of the things they always taught us was to not use something like Wikipedia. Now, this is the Wikipedia page for something like Cyprus. I picked a random country here. But basically, if you look into this, you'll see a lot of links, you'll see a lot of statements, you'll see a lot of facts being thrown at you. But back when I was younger, when they told you to, like, research the country of Cyprus, I remember every teacher was like, don't just use Wikipedia. And if you do use Wikipedia, there's these little source tags at the end where they always link to a page. So for instance, if you read a statement here, it would basically be up to you to go to the actual source and basically read through the source. First off, you have to verify if the source was actually legitimate, but also if the information inside it was generally truthful and contextual to what was posted on Wikipedia. And of course, ultimately, at the end of the day, how do you cite that piece of content? But that's a different story. The reality of this is that the best way to get information on the internet is to basically gather it from as many sources as you can, amalgamate it, in my opinion, and basically discern what is the facts. If out of 20 people, 19 are saying one thing, there's a good chance that one thing is factual. If the only opposition to it is one person, who generally isn't providing a whole litany of truth or a great bombastic argument to counter it, you can probably weed out the strongest argument there, right? I shouldn't have to fucking teach people how to research and validate things on the internet, but unfortunately we've gotten to a point where motherfuckers will read a Reddit post and just go with it. Do you 100% trust some random Redditor on the internet? Probably not. You'll read a post, but it's up to you to verify it. I feel like if the government was there to teach its people critical thinking, we wouldn't have to worry about these new rules, because really, they want to feed you their narratives and their viewpoints, even if you yourself aren't organically going for it. So going back to what YouTube has said over here, basically they said that if this goes through, the content that YouTubers make is downranked. Pushing this group forward means pushing everyone else downwards. Mandatory prioritization would affect how your content reaches your audience. Regardless of what your view is, that is in a way censorship, right? That is in a way going out of your way to de-rank individuals for no other reason, simply because they're not the established billion-dollar media company that has existed since before the days of the internet. Reducing user exposures to diverse content and independent creators, and that's very true too. Mandating prominence basically means that your exposure to independent people is obviously not going to be there as much as it once was. So for instance, when it comes to actual things that I'm passionate about, like age verification, obviously the debate around that, like giving up my privacy for basic access to the internet, that's not something I fucking like. You know what I also don't like? Is when my video games and my actual shit, my media gets taken away. My ownership of stuff that I bought gets yoinked. Now, obviously the media will talk about this, but I don't think it ever gets into the levels of content creators like, for instance, Louis Rossmann, who I have a great amount of respect for. This is an individual that has talked a lot about similar things that I have on my channel. And what I like about somebody like Louis Rossmann is, unlike a lot of the old traditional media, he will go into the weeds and actually point fingers and talk about people that you probably haven't heard of that are actually exercising a great amount of shit to ruin your future, right? To ruin the world that you live in. You know, there's cases like Stop Killing Games, for instance, where one person, one gamer started a movement that got the entire industry shaking because ownership of your media is now actually being brought up in a tangential way. It goes far beyond making YouTube videos to actually trying to change the world we live in. There's a lot of content creators that cover scams, that cover, you know, really evil shit, that cover really wrong stuff that maybe the mainstream media either doesn't care for or they miss. Those are people that I consider to be journalists. There have been investigations that I've done on my channel where I've looked at real fucking scammers, real financial hooplas, real fucked up industries, right? Like, for instance, the online gambling sector that effectively, you know, to an extent, when you really look into it, is run by some of the shadiest individuals out there. These are investigations that mainstream media oftentimes doesn't want to go into, or they don't want to cover, or maybe it's out of their purview. By having content creators and independent journalists on the platform, you can expose stories and talk about things and actually, you know, do what was happening like probably decades ago in a much more, I guess you could say, light. What I do on this platform, the video that I'm making right now wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for a content platform like YouTube. I wouldn't be able to go on television and yap like this and talk about shit that I'm passionate about. I wouldn't be able to fucking do that. I'd have to be a mouthpiece for whatever media company is paying my bills, or effectively whatever government wants me to relay information to the actual masses. But here, there really is no one that I'm beholden to other than the terms of service on this website, and usually when it comes to that, I'm not there to talk about, you know, obviously really illegal shit and whatnot, right? I have made videos criticizing Google and their algorithm on this channel, and I haven't really been punished or struck, or that video hasn't necessarily even been deranked. But generally, that's the freedom that I have, okay? So when I see shit like this, it just fucking burns me. So ultimately, down the road over here too, there was obviously more pushback as well. So for instance, Ofcom, yeah, the same company that's fucking suing 4chan at this moment in time, shows social media as a main news source for the majority of adults. There are 3/4 of those aged 16 to 24, and the ministers frame the prominence measure as a way to counter misinformation. So it's very important that we talk about the misinformation angle, because ultimately they're going to say that the newsrooms that they have produce more facts than obviously the rest of the internet, which you could argue probably is kind of a case too. Like, definitely, I think that there's more of a gung-ho mentality on social media where people can say whatever the fuck they want, whether it be factual or not, and people necessarily don't apply their critical thinking. I think when it comes to free speech, that is ultimately a demon in the room that we have to unfortunately live with. I think when the government basically gets to decide whose speech is more important than the others in the marketplace of ideas in this free world that we live in, that's not something that I'm fucking okay with. And especially for an organization, a country like the United Kingdom, that is basically dictating what an American company in this case can do. Obviously, for the United Kingdom, it's probably not great that people are so critical of their government, that people are so critical of their practices. Like, for instance, the age verification stuff, right? I think if it was up to the United Kingdom, they would de-rank the fuck out of anybody talking about that shit and basically rank up their own mouthpieces so that they could make this shit look more palatable, right? This is the kind of stuff that I am 1,000,000% against, right? If this stuff is to pass, that basically means your access to honest, factual, truthful information about shit blowing up around you starts to get diminished, because unfortunately the government and the corporations that they fucking basically back get to dictate what you really get to hear, right? And again, they're gonna say, listen, you're still in the algorithm, you're just like 2 pages below. Dog, that effectively means you're silencing the individuals that aren't on the fucking payroll. So ultimately, look, the actual brass tacks of the situation is this, right? This is a precedent. The government basically gets to decide who is their big friends, who are the outlets that they trust. Those people get pushed up into the algorithm, into your eyeballs, not because they're good, not because they're factual, but because they were just there when all of this shit began, right? And effectively, anybody that's actually doing real research, looking into the shit, gets deranked for no other reason, because maybe they're just not like approved by the government. They could be the biggest government cocksuckers and they will still suffer. But generally, this creates a precedent, right? Obviously, once you decide who gets prominence, what happens next, right? What occurs after that? Because it's like the age verification shit, right? The government introduces it by saying, we're going to ban porn websites, right? Because we don't want kids looking at pornography. Now it is extended to all social media services. And who knows where it fucking goes beyond that, right? Who knows how far people want to go? Once you get in, once you edge in a tiny bit, it just keeps going further and further. It's like fucking cancer, right? Once it's there and you haven't cut it out, it's just going to keep spreading and spreading and metastasizing to the point that it becomes a situation that is actually fucking irreversible. And that's where it comes down to, man. Fuck the government. And, you know, even though I don't think YouTube is like the fucking peachy clean person anyways, I definitely would rather have an open and free algorithm for all the problems that it gives versus the fucking government getting to decide basically what should show up to me and what shouldn't, right? That's just never okay, man. It's not okay here. It's not okay in the UK. It's not okay in fucking America. It's 4th of fucking July, okay? I think the world should probably fucking like exercise whatever freedoms they have and push back against this, man. Fuck the actual government, dude. Fuck that crap. Simple as that, man. I want to live in my own world. I want to be able to get access to what interests me, what is, you know, the most popular. Listen, the person at the top of the feeds is not guaranteed to be right or wrong. But I think that should be left up to the fucking marketplace to distribute as it sees fit, okay? Simple as that. Are there problems with just unregulated, or like, are there problems with just a unfettered YouTube-run algorithm? Sure. But I would say that it's a lot better to deal with that than complete government dictation of what the fuck you end up getting to see, right? And again, it's important for me to talk about this because if I look at my YouTube metrics, right? Like, my most viewed country is obviously the United States, but the second country is like Germany. I don't know why a bunch of Germans watch a fat Indian guy, but then it's the United Kingdom, right? You know, which starts to make sense. If I look at what's on social media, it seems like every other person out in the UK is like an Indian person. But all jokes aside, it's a huge country, massive population, massive group of people out there. And unfortunately, what happens in that country ends up kind of in a way affecting the rest of the world. And that's why a Canadian is making this video, even though I guess I'm technically part of the Commonwealth, right? But I gotta make this video because if it happens over there, then there's more of a case for it to be legitimized here and then all over the fucking world. And then the internet gets a little bit shittier. So fight back against it now, keep your freedoms, and just have a good 4th of July if you're American. Hell, have a good day in general. I am out.
other day. Oh my God. Yes, this is crazy. Would you be mad if China or Russia had the same mentality? Of course, because they're not America. Duh. You retarded? Anyway, let's go down and we'll look at these. Let me go and find a few more of the other posts. I've only seen a handful of them yet. I don't know why it's not showing any of these. I can just go it from here. When's your turn? Why don't you relax?
Where we've got these Islamic settlements which effectively operate, and there are large tracts of the country now where we've got these Islamic settlements which effectively operate almost as a sort of parallel society. I don't know whether it's quite the same here, whether you've got the similar thing with the Somalis in Minnesota.
You do in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan just had a gigantic Islamic parade where you just see tens of thousands of people holding flags and walking on the street, and it's kind of crazy. It's crazy and they've also one of the things that's funny about Dearborn is all the progressives. It's a very liberal place. They're like, welcome, everyone's welcome for all cultures. And as soon as they got into power, they banned the pride flag. That was the first thing they did.
Well, I'm afraid they
chickens for KFC.
They have quite strong views on that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that's why Queers for Palestine is always hilarious. Like, and then you see the meme Palestine for queers, and it's throwing people off roofs.
He just says it. Oh my God.
It's like the chap who runs our Green Party is a gay Jew. So I mean, he's
say no more.
Going to have a problem if these guys get anywhere near power, but that doesn't seem to put the progressives off. They still seem to.
But this is what's crazy, is that their society is like Islamic society is completely patriarchal. The women are absolutely second-class citizens.
Yes.
They have completely different laws for how the women can dress. What happens to the woman if someone has sex with? If someone has. First of all, if they commit adultery, they can be killed. Like,
stoned to death.
Yeah, and
with the rocks.
I watched a horrible video where a father did it to his daughter.
Yes, well, you do get these killings.
Honor killings.
Yeah,
or brothers. The brother will kill the daughter if the daughter shamed the family. It's like,
naturally.
Hey, guys, how are you progressive when you're supporting this? And it's because the concept of not being racist, not being called racist, the fear of that is so strong. They're willing to adopt all sorts of things that are the complete antithesis of everything they believe in.
Thank God everybody is saying it now. Everybody is saying it. That is exactly fucking right. They hate the West. They hate white people. They hate Western culture. They hate America. They hate Christianity. And whatever, and they're terrified of being called racist. That's it.
Do you think that this perspective that society has sort of adopted in the UK about white people being bad, do you think this was, there was architecture to it? This was by design? That this was done? Or is this just a natural response to people being called racist? Because of course in the past there was more racism than there is today, and people always want to point to that racism as, evidence of colonialism, evidence of whatever it is that happened in days past. But why in England do you think that narrative took hold so well?
Because I think, Joe, to your point, that this post-war plan for multiculturalism, I think they realized that
it was by design.
They've got a problem.
So part of it was probably infiltrating the universities and promoting these kind of ideas.
It's almost as if with the World Economic Forum there's this view that the Anglo-Saxon nations have commanded and dominated too much of the world's resources, and there's
haven't done enough.
Almost like this misguided altruistic view that we should become more concerned with global welfare rather than the welfare of our own citizens.
Well, it's also that there's another component to this too, where it's like the destabilized countries around the world are destabilized as a result of European and American involvement. And as a result from that, you need to be punished by allowing their people, their refugees, into the country. So like the original sin is colonialism and other forms of imperialism, and then the atonement is allowing the infinity refugees, right? That's how it works. Do you want to go back to colonialism? Yes. We need to have more colonies. We need a lot more colonies.
Which I totally disagree with.
Well, there's also the you will own nothing and you will be happy.
This is your Klaus Schwab,
which is
palpable
hilarious.
nonsense.
Someone would even say that out loud.
I know.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. Like
a bunch of nutballs.
Is this a part of an Orwell book? Because this doesn't seem like a real person would say something like that. Because who the fuck is going to listen to that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they dress like James Bond villains, and they look like it too. They're idiots. Here we go.
Can I pause you for a second? So what you think is that the multicultural invasion, the way it was set up, was on purpose, and it was on purpose to sort of diminish the idea of nationalism?
Yes. I think that well, I'm...
Fucking exactly. Yep.
So this was like a long plan. So this was something that...
And remember how he said the other clip, post-war. What war is he talking about? World War II. This is exactly what I've been saying.
They must have had to sit down and, like, who would be involved in this sort of a discussion where you would be willing to diminish patriotism, diminish this idea that
World War XI,
Britain by itself is exceptional and the people are exceptional?
It was a long, deceitful plan. So I always say...
Who implemented it?
The European elites in league with our elite, who effectively, if you remember, in 1975, we joined what was called the European Economic Community. It wasn't effectively anything other than an economic union. But that very quickly changed, and effectively they tried to politically integrate Europe. That failed, and then in 97, they tried to force it through with...
The Jews? Everybody says it's the Jews. It's the Jews. Guys, if there were no Jews on the world at all, period, you'd still have these problems. You are falling for a subversion in order to compartmentalize your anger and not have it accurately accounted to the right people. You are being misdirected to being only mad at the Jews. The Jews did not do this alone. Even if you think the Jews did this, they were not alone in doing this. You need to look at this holistically.
The introduction of the euro. So having failed politically, they tried to do it financially. That was my first...
This is the biggest weakness right now on the internet for right-wing people and any conservative person, is that there is this fixation around blaming everything on the Jews rather than looking at any other factors that could have also caused it as well. And I think that this was deliberately given to, I think, right-wing people as a way to poison the well, in the same way that identity politics poisoned the well for left-wing politics to prevent them from having any class solidarity. I think that we're being poison-pilled with this. It's a red herring. Yes, obviously, there can be an issue of Jewish supremacy. There could be an issue of Israel involvement and Israel bad behavior and the Rothschilds. Like, all of these things can be true, but that's not the whole story.
Foray into standing as a member of parliament to fight to save the British pound, because once you lose your currency, effectively you lose your sovereignty and your national identity.
Yeah.
And our gold reserves were going to be shipped out to Germany, to Frankfurt. And we would have become a vassal state, part of the European Union. It would have been irreversible. But in the event, thanks to Sir James Goldsmith, we secured enough votes. We forced the establishment to promise a referendum before they surrendered to the euro.
Jesus. And it's like saying black crime isn't a problem because other races commit crime. Well, saying that, for example, like you have, like, For example, like, let me give you another parallel that's, I think, better. The reason why we have so many crimes right now is because the police aren't solving the problem. So if every single time that I said that, okay, well, you know, we have so many problems with crime nowadays, and everybody in chat is like, oh, I know what to do. It's just all the black people. If we didn't have any black people, there wouldn't be any crime. Number one, no, that's not true. And even if there is a disproportionate amount of them, it's still not all of it. It's the people that are causing this to happen, period. That's, I think, the other comparison. Does that make sense? It's the judges. Yeah, it's the judges. It's the politicians. It's everything. And if you're just blaming one group of people, it's reductive. It's reductive, and it's deliberately reductive because the ideology and that fixation is designed with the intent of disarming you. It is intentionally disarming and limiting your awareness of this problem, and it is by design and made by your enemies. The people that are also saying that it's the Jews in Israel that did everything want to flood your country with people that will ethnically replace you and vote on ethnic blocks. It's the exact same thing.
Britain's in bad shape, and
yeah, and that's why you're here. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking.
Well, the rape gang, we've done. This is we've crowdfunded this.
Okay.
Which I'm very happy to talk to you about. Which I think
just this title of that rape gang report.
Yeah.
The idea that there's actual rape gangs in the UK in 2026, and is it being ignored? Is it being downplayed? Like, how is it being received by the media and by the politicians?
Joe Rogan does a really good job of, like, he knows what the answer to this is, but he does a good job of baiting out these questions.
Over there.
Well, the history of it is that basically, as you probably know, Britain, after the war, decided they were going to play a part in Europe, a bigger part in Europe. Well, our elite did, the British elite. And to do that, they had to basically diminish the power of the nation state, and they had to head towards this European superstate, which is the EU, the genesis of which was obviously a monopoly.
Why did they have to diminish the power of the nation to do that?
Because I think Britain was a proud nation state. We with the American help, we'd won the war, and we hadn't been invaded or conquered, which most of Europe had been. So you'd had mass dislocation in Europe. Huge numbers of people had been dislocated and pushed all over Europe. And I think the socialists, I was in the European Parliament, so I spent a brief time as an MEP, a member of the European Parliament,
War dead too.
When we finally achieved, a kind of Brexit. We can talk about that, but it wasn't a proper Brexit. So I think the genesis of the rape gangs, going back to this, was the fact that multiculturalism was the order of the day. They wanted open borders. They wanted a multicultural society. They basically felt the nation state had been the cause of world wars, effectively starting with Napoleon. Then obviously we had the Kaiser, then we had Hitler. And I think they saw it that way, the Monets, the Spinellis, and the people who constructed the European Union. So you
can see the logic, right? Is that, like, you know, you have a very, very strong nation state, it's hard to control, and it can cause a lot of problems. So we'll nerf everybody.
Rape gang report, which was your question, ultimately, the genesis of that is this multicultural invasion almost of Europe.
Is trying to turn England into Jerusalem? Well, I think it's more than that, right? It's a lot more than that. Let me pull up some more of the clips on this too. I don't know if there's any more of this. It's a 2-hour episode. Oh my God, that's a long one. I'm not going to watch the entire thing. I'll probably just be watching clips and highlights of it over the next few days. I'll find the other ones too. Give me 1 second. I just wanted to see if they had any highlights that were done anyway. Okay, there it is. If you want to check out I missed anything, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll go through it. Thank you. Yeah, I want to make sure I find these and I don't miss any of them. Okay, here we go.
But you know, our woke culture is not protecting the interests of the British people.
And it's also a massive incentive. If you live in a terribly poor country and you can just get to England, and then instantaneously
Big
you will
money.
get money and housing.
Yeah.
That's right.
Why would you not do that?
Everybody would do
Well,
that.
not only that.
I don't even blame the immigrants for doing that. I don't, like, whenever it's the same with the illegals here in America. Like, I know that we have illegals here, and, like, I don't have any animosity towards the illegals. I don't have any animosity towards the Haitians. I don't have any animosity towards, you know, even a lot of the Somalians in Minnesota. Like, they're simply just following their own best interests. Like, I have animosity towards them to the extent that they are committing crimes. But, like, if they're just coming here, like, no, look, guys. If you're in Peru, you want to go to America. If you're in Colombia, your dream is to get to America. For many of these people, it is their dream. I understand that they want to be here. If I was in Colombia, that's what I would want to do. Peru is fine. Is it really? I guess maybe I'm off. But anyway, like, incentives drive behavior. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think these people are profoundly evil. They're just simply trying to seek a life that's better than what they have. The problem is that we can't give that to everybody in the world. We don't have that many resources in the world to do that with. So we have to piecemeal and decide, who do we give these opportunities to and who do we withhold them from? And fundamentally, the first decision there is, are you a citizen in the country or not? That's it. Because you have to pick winners and losers. Everybody can't be a winner. That's just not the way it works. Does that make sense? So, like, I don't hold animosity towards them for acting in their best interest. I hold animosity towards our people for acting against our best interest. So import more? And no, I don't give a fuck about them. I don't know. They want to cut each other up in Haiti? Go ahead. It's not my problem. It's sad. I hope they stop, but I don't want to deal with it. Do it over there. Get the fuck out of here. I don't hate you. I just don't want you here. There's plenty of people I don't hate. I wouldn't want them living in my house. Doesn't mean I hate them. If somebody was camped out in my backyard with a tent, I would say, hey, you've got to go. Oh, what do you hate me? No, I just don't want you in my backyard with a tent out. Like, get the hell out. It's really simple.
You go to the top of the waiting list for dental treatment, which...
I'm confused on your stance on leftists versus immigrants. Self-interest versus treachery. The leftists are traitors. The immigrants are just simply, they have no obligation to America. They have no obligation or allegiance to us. So whenever they act in their own best interest, I don't hold it against them because they have no obligation to us in the first place.
Lists for dental treatment, which British people don't get. The NHS.
What? British people don't get dental treatment. I didn't say it.
The top of the waiting list.
Wait a minute. They get access to dental treatment that the British people don't get?
Correct.
Why? Why do immigrants get access to it?
Well, this, Joe, is the mystery of...
This is the mystery.
What our leaders, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they have this misguided view that these people are... Actually, they call them asylum seekers. They say they need to be looked after and protected. They're not. They're economic migrants. And to your point,
even if they are asylum seekers, I think that we need to move past the position that somebody that is seeking asylum, that gives them, like, you now have this obligation to take them in and take care of them. I think that in a lot of cases that can make sense. So, like, a really great example of this is Poland and Ukraine. Because Polish people and Ukrainian people can get along a lot better than, I would say, people from Zimbabwe or I don't know, Somalia and the British people, right? There's a degree of similarity there, and there absolutely is an immigration tier list. There is, and everybody knows it. And there are certain countries that you want more immigrants from and other countries that you want as few immigrants from as possible, right? Except for the big exceptions. That's the way it is. Canada versus Mexico to the USA. I honestly, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, I would say Canada is culturally a lot more similar to America than Mexico is, just based off of ethnic and also, I mean, I guess religious. They're pretty much, I guess they're very Catholic. I guess, like, down here we're Catholic, but, like, in general, like, yeah, it's closer kind of, but not a whole lot more.
know there's welfare when they reach Britain. They'll travel across multiple safe countries to get to the welfare, the free housing,
of course,
and all the other stuff.
Yeah, I definitely do that. That's smart. There's mad tensions over Ukrainian migrants in Poland already. Taking people from Africa would be insane. Yeah, I know. I know. Like, and taking in migrants and refugees will always create problems. But there is like, here's the reality, right? Is that I think that Western civilization and Western culture, that I would say Ukraine is at least a tangential part of, I think that we have an obligation to each other to help continue our existence. That means that I want to see America helping Canada. I want to see Canada helping Australia. I want to see Australia helping Britain. I want to see France helping Portugal. I want to see Spain helping Germany. I want to see Germany helping Poland. I want to see that happening. And I think that to a broader extent, right? Like, and these are spheres of like kind of like influence, right? We should also be trying to help out people in Turkey if we can, or Venezuela, or Japan. Like, because these are people that are not, you know, directly Western culture, but these are still people that we know and we deal with all the time. And so we need to help them. So all whites? Yeah, generally, I would say most of Western culture is white, for sure. I mean, Spain is like, Spanish is kind of not white, but, you know, it's, I think, definitely Western culture. It's the conquistadors. So it depends on how you'd want to define it. But I have no interest in you redefining this argument as something that's racist and then categorically assigning it a negative value because you think that I'm not allowed to say something that way. That's exactly what I think. That's exactly where I'm at. Yeah, overwhelmingly, that's the case. Obviously, and everybody knows it. We all know this. I don't care what your deliberate misunderstandings are. It's not important to me. Spain is white, bro. I don't, like, you know who agrees with you, by the way? The Aryan Brotherhood. I had a friend of mine, and he's not Mexican, he's Spanish. And he went with them. He did. He had to go with them. He wasn't allowed in the Mexican gangs. Yep. That's crazy. I would have never expected that. They share 75% Y DNA? I didn't even know that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Rape gang inquiry report that you have just released, the number, I want you to say it because it sounds so crazy. If I say it, it's going to sound wrong. What the number of people that were victims, the estimate?
Well, we've estimated that a minimum of 250,000 rapes have taken place. It's probably much more, Joe. Because we've published in here, I think it's a list of 140.
Well, there's also like a huge spectrum, right? I think that a lot of women were sexually harassed. Like, you think about, like, I mean, this is just, I mean, I don't want to make this like too graphic, right? But like, sexual harassment, sexual assault, and then rape, right? I think this is the reality. Is that like these are concentric circles. And so, like, the amount of actual rapes are there, sure, right? One is too many. Well, yeah, because it's an unforced error. They shouldn't be in the country. That's true.
7 parts of the UK where this is happening. Now, the government tries to tell you it's happening in Rochdale, Oldham, you know, 1 or 2, Bradford, 1 or 2 centres, and that's why their statutory inquiry, the terms of reference of that, have now been downgraded. So they make it look as if it's not a systemic problem, but just a little local problem, which it isn't. So we've listed here, and they're all in here, the places where we know it's happening from our rape gang inquiry. But every time we publish this, Joe, I get people emailing us or sending us messages on social media to say, what about Red Ruth in Cornwall? What about, it's happening here, it's happening here, it's happening here. So I think it's...
yeah, it's the tip of the iceberg.
Incredibly widespread.
Yeah.
And there's, you know, other people who've corroborated that 250,000 figure. That's an incredibly conservative figure. You can't be exact because the state is not collecting the data which it should be doing.
It's deliberately not collecting the data, and the data that it is collecting, it's obscuring by creating, you know, like assignments like Asian. Whenever they're saying Asian, they're talking about Pakistanis, right? But like realistically, I think that if you say Asian, is it really an accurate categorization to include Koreans and Japanese people inside of the same racial distinction of Indians and Pakistanis? Absolutely fucking not. So you then ask yourself, why are they casting with such a wide net? Well, unironically, it's to damage the reputations of Korean and Japanese and Chinese immigrants to damage their reputation, and then to launder that good reputation through the Pakistani and the Indian gangs and Afghanistan, because there are absolutely differences here. There are, and everybody knows this. We all know this. Pakistanis and Indians are Middle Eastern? No. Well, what I'm saying is that it's the framing that they do with it. Opposite, it's to diffuse the damage to reputation of Pakistanis. Did I miss? I think that people know what I'm trying to say, but yes.
And we've been lobbying in Parliament to make sure that the state's collection of the data improves. And then we can actually see the extent of the problem, and you can actually pinpoint it in the same way that we've done it in this report. So this is, I think it's linked to organized crime. I think it's linked to the drug trade. I'm pretty sure it's linked to the drug trade, and obviously it's linked to prostitution. So as usual, with an evil like this, and you've got girls who are transported around in the back of pickups and in cages, and at our rape gang inquiry, we had examples of girls who were raped by dogs.
Indian and Pakistani are absolutely not Middle Eastern. Don't lump us in with them. Okay, bro. Look, I'm not trying to put you in any kind of a situation, all right?
Dogs and filmed, either anally raped or vaginally raped, and literally watched, filmed, and a lot.
I don't know. And Asia's really big to be a single racial profiling group. Yeah, so then think about why they're doing it.
The Southport killings, where this chap Axel Rudakabana went and knifed 3 young girls and killed them.
Not a good thing.
Despite the fact that the British state, through Prevent, was aware of this.
Really bad.
And we've had a similar case recently with Henry Novak, where, again, it was actually, I think on this occasion, a Sikh stabbed him.
Yeah, it was.
And the police, despite the fact when they arrived at the scene, he told them he'd been stabbed. The police didn't believe him, and they tried to handcuff him. And as a result of that, it's arguable that they opened up the wound, the stab wound, and he drowned in his own blood. Meanwhile, his murderer was never handcuffed. So this is where the British state's gone completely wrong.
And all of that is accurate. And we looked at all of that. We saw it before. And let me see if there's any more of these to look at too. And okay, we'll go and okay, this is a big long one. I'll probably look at that one tomorrow. I'll look at one more of these clips, and then after that, I want to look at some of the other comments too, right? And okay.
One of which, the biggest of which, was probably under Boris Johnson, who was actually a conservative prime minister, who allowed.
He was like the Timu Trump. At least he looked like it.
Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to come into Britain, and basically they are now a burden to the British taxpayer. So the answer to your question is they're arriving illegally still, they're living here illegally, or living in Britain illegally still. We've got foreign criminals in our prisons, and we've still got the legacy of this huge amount of immigration which took place.
And are a large percentage of these people receiving welfare from the British government?
Yes.
What percentage?
You're paying them to come over and rape your people and stab them. Oh my God, how cucked can you be? It's crazy.
Well, most of the people who arrive, they're all supported, Joe. I mean, they're put in hotels.
Immediately, as soon as you get there?
In Parliament, I see the contracts. Thanks to my parliamentary questions, I'm allowed to ask questions and scrutinise the contracts for instance, the Bibi Stockholm was a boat which cost the British taxpayer 1.5.
Boris was in the same class at school as Osama bin Laden. Yeah, I mean, Osama was our boy until he crashed out. Like, that was our guy. Like, it was, yeah, we were good with him. And then he just fucking, you know, like, that's just what happens. Yeah.
£1 billion. It's actually now lying redundant and not being used. But I've seen the contracts
like anime,
for
like basketball?
these illegal migrants in terms of the laundry services they get, in terms of the taxi services they get, in terms of the food they require. I mean, literally, it is like it's like staying in a very comfortable hotel. And we've now got these people being settled all across our country.
Imagine putting these people in hotels and then other people can't afford houses.
How many?
In hotels. Well, I don't think the government knows, Joe. To answer your question, I don't.
The answer is yes. How many people in hotels? Yes. And okay, all right. This is one more. Him talking about Elon.
And I think, to your point, Elon Musk has been, to my mind, incredibly helpful in.
Elon Musk has been crucial. I think that he was the one that turned the key that opened the door to free speech again. I think that if Elon hadn't bought Twitter, I say this a lot, if Elon hadn't bought Twitter, we would be living in a very different world right now. And regardless of how you feel about his opinions on X, Y, or Z, regardless of whether you liked his builds in Path of Exile, regardless of whether he made a good build with Elden Ring, I don't think he did, by the way, but that's the way it is. Regardless of any of that, I don't give a shit. Because buying Twitter means more than any of that. Even Elden Ring. I know.
Restoring free speech. Because Starmer and these Fabian Pabloist Haldane Society, as I call them, they're sort of they've all got this malign philosophy, and I think what giving us free speech has done is it's stopped them crushing the spirit of those people who do want to debate, who do want to discuss, who do want to get at the truth.
Right, but they've done so much to stop free speech with all these arrests.
It's extraordinary.
Because they've incentivized people.
They arrest more people for freedom of speech violations in the UK than they do in China. Obviously, I think that the data is kind of flawed with that, but simultaneously, it is a pretty bad point of reference, isn't it?
To keep their mouths shut because no one wants to be in trouble.
Well, it's two-tier policing. You've got, to your point about, that the Palestinian marches are tolerated, whereas any form of Tommy Robinson
what was it
march,
like
and Tommy
Elon
Robinson
Musk?
in the UK, he's deeply disliked by the establishment. I give him credit for what he did. Again, on the grooming gangs in 2003, he was...
Tommy Robinson walked so other people could run. And beyond that, he experienced, like, Tommy Robinson in a lot of ways has similarities to Nick Fuentes, where he was one of the earlier guys out there that was really kind of shouting from the rooftops and doing this despite the censorship. And I think that him doing that and Nick doing that too, like, you couldn't have had the amount of discourse that we have now without guys like Tommy Robinson and Nick that were out there that were willing to put it on the table and risk their platforms by saying this stuff. And I respect that as somebody who would not do that. Like, I view my role as different. I don't want to risk my platform by saying something. I usually play things pretty close to the belt, but people like them haven't, and I respect that tremendously. And that in a big way, if it wasn't for them doing what they did, I wouldn't be able to do what I do.
Warning about this in 2003 in Luton.
Not only that, I remember people dismissing that in 2003 or 4, whenever it was when I first heard about it, they were talking about him as he was just horrible far-right extremist.
I know.
And that he was making up these stories about these grooming gangs and rape gangs. I remember hearing that. I remember not knowing, like, what is it? What's accurate here? Like, what's going on?
Well, I think the accuracy is that he was
basically like so this is. Let me finish the clip.
The establishment didn't want to admit it because if we're right, well, I think we are right about their multicultural post-war experiment. They realized it was failing.
Yeah, it obviously is failing. That's the reason why I have to shut down all of the discourse around it. So, like, in a perspective of this is like, if I was hyper-based and I said exactly what I think about every issue, and I, was like, I didn't edit anything out, and I said things that would get me banned, you wouldn't have had a 1 million plus view video of me reading the rape report in front of all of those people. You wouldn't have had that. So I think that in a position that I'm in, I try to take a slightly more mainstream position. And there are people that are more mainstream than I am. Like people like Piers Morgan, I would say, is also mainstream to that extent. Now, his opinions borderline on being disagreeing with mine, but fundamentally, I think that he has the best interests of Western society in mind, even though he says stupid things a lot of times. But it's about trajectory, right? And I think that, like, let me think of other people. Like Elon is kind of the same thing, right? Elon can't say some of the things that I say. He could, obviously, he could say these things, but it has a different cost because of his position in the world, right? And in media. And I think that everybody has a unique position. And in my position, I think that I'm kind of in there in the middle, right? Whereas I kind of talk about some things that are a little bit more taboo, but I also don't completely alienate mainstream perspectives either. And I think that that's a good thing. Why are you mad at Tucker? Because I think that Tucker has used his dislike to Israel to align himself with other foreign forces that are also oppositional to America. But because they are oppositional to Israel, he views them as being aligned with him. And I think it's a misunderstanding. Tucker Carlson is another great example of somebody who, I like Tucker, right? I like Tucker, but I think that right now he's drank a little bit of the a little bit too much of the third world Kool-Aid, right? Check your subreddit. I will. Let me look at my subreddit. I want to go through everything because I honestly, I haven't even gotten through everything on here, but I just have to move on at a certain point, right? So yeah, Tucker's a schizo farmer. Yeah, I think so too. It's more important to get the message out in the long run,